I was heading a law firm which belonged to my cousin who died, and I took over. So that was my nearest to practice. And of course, I was also attending court occasionally in Papua New Guinea and Tanzania, but never a full-time
position. Okay. You did your bachelor's and master's in there to do another master's.
Yes.
Why 2 masters for a young, and well-established person like you?
Exactly. Interesting. I did my first degree in Durham and my second degree, the master's, in London.
Okay.
Yes. Now, that was done because while I was doing the bar in London, the bar, I had to, first of all, what they call eat dinners for 3 years. I used to come by train from Durham to London to spend a weekend in Lincoln's Inn with the judges and so on, eating dinner and so on, as qualifying criteria for being the bar. At the end of that period, you then have to do exams. So I had to come to London for that, for a year. And in that year, I began the master's because I was in London anyway. And I got the degree of Master of Law, but also the barrister as well.
Okay.
Now, then I took a job in Tanzania. And there was a program which, I forget the name now, offered a 1-year grant to lecturers to spend a year abroad in the US. Yes. I've now been to the US, so I said, wow, why don't I take the chance of this offer? But that scholarship arrangement required that you do a degree while you are
in the US.
In the US.
Okay.
So I wrote to my, literally I looked at the most important academic in the area I was specializing in. From his books. I wrote to direct to him. Can I come and study with you? And he said, yes, come. In Berkeley. He was the most famous scholar at the time in his field. It was called Albert Ehrenschweig. So at Berkeley on this ground. So I killed time literally in doing the master's degree during that period. It wasn't something I needed.
So at the age of 28, you had 2 masters.
That's right.
Congratulations. It's no mean achievement.
Now it's quite common, I'm sure.
Yes, but not at the age of 28.
No, that's true.
So you are still a trailblazer.
Thank you. Thank you.
Prof, now we're coming back to, you said that you were quite stubborn at school.
Yes.
Were you a student activist?
Very much. Very much. And unfortunately, at the secondary school level, we weren't organized against authority. At the time, authority was not the headmaster or even the teacher. It was often your hall authorities, your colleague students.
Decentralization started from there.
Quite literally. So that the monitor was the boss of the dormitory. And of course, they were often quite authoritarian.
The monitors. And you became a monitor
after
later.
That was a joke of it, But they controlled us and they were very authoritarian. I was a complete rebel against them. And they reported to the housemaster. So when the housemaster said I would go to prison, it was based on remote monitors.
Wow. The color of it.
And then the color of it was one of these elastic things. So I didn't wear it.
Professor Akilakpa Sawyer, who is featuring on AAU Impact Stories. Prof, before the break, we were talking about your life before school and then during your certification days. Now we are going to talk about your work. It looked like your first major work environment was at University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania.
Yes.
So can you talk a little bit about that? And why not back in Ghana?
Interesting background to that. During the period of my scholarship for the master's degree, remember I was saying that my first degree was family funded.
Yes.
But I got a government scholarship for the second degree in London. And so the normal deal was that at the end of that, I come back to the University of Ghana. So I applied to come back to the University of Ghana and waited and waited and waited and waited.
Prof, why? Was there bureaucracy or?
I just waited. no response to my application. Towards the end of my degree period, my supervisor said, well, look, there's this offer from Dar es Salaam.
Okay.
Why don't you just write to them and see what comes out? So I wrote to them, the law school, which was then in its first year.
Okay.
And got back a reply quickly, got back an appointment very quickly. I accepted it. I was ready to go to Dar es Salaam. Then comes a Legon offer. Too late.
Too late.
Too late. So I went off to Dar es Salaam to begin my career.
So were you a pioneering lecturer?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. In a sense, my group of lecturers were the ones who had the first sort of graduates.
Okay.
The university began 2 years before my getting there.
Okay.
So they graduated in that year.
All right.
So we were the first batch, yes.
And then when you were there, you were an editor or an associate editor of the East African Law Journal and the East African Law Review.
Yes.
Were they two separate journals?
They were.
Okay.
They were. It's a very interesting situation because here was a brand new law faculty.
Okay.
And it was a faculty for the whole of East Africa, not just Tanzania.
Oh, right.
And here were these very young lecturers. All of us were young.
Okay.
Beginning a law school tradition in this area. So within 4 or 5 years, we had to do a number of things, including establishing an academic tradition.
Okay.
And we felt that it was all well and good to publish in foreign journals.
Okay.
Why don't we have our own? So we began to develop the
East
two
African journals.
Exactly. Exactly. And that was what I mean, believe it or not, in my third year of academic work, I was the associate editor of the journal. That shows you what I'm talking about.
Exactly. May I ask, was there press freedom in Eastern Africa by then?
Yes.
There was?
Yes. Huge press freedom at the time. In fact, Tanzania was exceptional.
All right.
Because President Nyerere, as you recall, was himself a scholar.
All right.
And so he gave the university code.
Okay.
That was my luck. That I began my career as a young person in that situation.
Wow. And then you couldn't stay. You came back to Ghana.
Right.
In 1970?
1970, yes.
I thought you were going to spend your life in Tanzania.
Well, I had a wonderful time and I enjoyed it very much, but home was home.
So what brought you home?
Home because I had always felt that I had left my family in 59.
Okay.
And although I came back occasionally, I still missed my family very much.
Okay.
So at the end of 6 years, I thought I should come back home.
Okay.
So I did.
You did.
Back to my old
school,
faculty.
The faculty of law. And then you stayed there for 9 years.
Yes.
Up to 79.
That's right. Yes.
And then you ran away to one of the most rural countries ever.
Absolutely.
That we ever know of.
Absolutely incredible place.
That is Papua New Guinea.
Absolutely. Yes.
All the way across the ocean.
Yes, right.
Indian Ocean.
Yes.
Prof, why Papua New Guinea of all places?
Again, it's a very interesting story. Back to the issue of how history moves in different ways. I was at the University of Ghana during the 1970s.
Yes.
Their champion years. Incredible political activity, incredible everything.
Okay.
As you know, academics are entitled to a sabbatical.
Yes.
After 7 years of teaching. So I was due for a sabbatical. But we were so involved in the political campaign for the period that I chose not to move and stayed on. By 1978, things were settling down. And remember what happened in 79 and so on.
Yes.
I had applied for different jobs elsewhere. I had appointments in Kenya and Zambia.
Okay.
Then the old dean who had worked with me in Dar es Salaam wrote to me from Papua New Guinea, where he'd been acting as dean for some time.
Okay.
He invited me over. I had actually agreed to go to Zambia.
Okay.
Then comes this letter from Papua New Guinea.
Yes.
Off I went.
Would you have gone if you had known the place before?
Oh, yes.
You would have gone?
Yes. Yes.
That was challenging.
Absolutely, and it was an amazing experience.
Wow.
Because it was quite unlike anything else I've been
Really?
come across. Absolutely.
Very culturally diverse.
Very much so. And at the time, Papua New Guinea was emerging from, how do you call it?
Colonialism.
Put it this way, it was an amazing society because it had within it people who were living a stone age existence, literally. At the same time, people who were also living in the space age.
Wow. Two extreme worlds.
Absolutely incredible contrast.
Wow.
I think it is still that way now, but at the time it was really incredibly diverse. So the students we had, some of them came from that background. It was part of the work of the university to move all of us on.
Okay.
From there up to space age.
Okay.
And it is for me a blessing.
Okay.
Because all my teaching work outside Ghana added to my understanding of life and my knowledge. So I learned from the living experience in those different environments. And so when I spend time in Ghana, it is an accumulation of experience from other
places.
Yeah.
Then from Papua New Guinea, you came back to Ghana.
Oh yes, indeed.
Back to your university.
Back to the University
I think you love University of Ghana.
Absolutely, it's a fantastic establishment, and I love it.
Yes, one of the prestigious universities in Africa.
Absolutely.
And you rose through the rank.
Absolutely.
To become the Vice Chancellor at the age of 46.
That's right.
Prof, 46 years. Then?
A small boy at the time.
A small boy?
Yeah.
Ah, incredible. Congratulations.
But it was again, an amazing experience.
Okay.
Because Vice Chancellor, I mean, how was I prepared for that?
Yes.
No training, no experience, running anything on that scale.
But were you appointed or it was by election?
Appointed.
Okay.
Well, appointed after council had done their work and selected.
Okay.
It's a whole process for selection.
It's a process. Okay.
Yes. Yes. I wasn't even I was in Papua New Guinea. I wasn't even here. I didn't apply for the job.
You didn't?
No. They did a headhunt.
Okay.
And a search party which selected people and so on. So that's how my name came up.
Were there competitors?
Oh yes.
Okay.
Oh, very big ones.
Wow.
Established names. I'm not going to mention them now.
No, don't.
Because in a sense, after my appointment, that was one of my problems.
Okay.
That I was seen by some as a new person, a young person, coming to run all of us.
Wow.
I was seen also at the time as a friend of the PNDC government.
Oh, okay.
So there were those who were, shall we say, not crazy about my appointment.
Okay.
So apart from having to settle down and run a university, I had to manage these difficult circumstances as well. And that combination was not easy.
Yeah, well, that brings me back to the next question actually. That how were you able to really handle both internal issues and then with pressures? Because I believe when you were Vice Chancellor, Ghana was under military regime.
Absolutely.
So how were you able to blend the two and the money to, go two terms, if I'm not mistaken?
Absolutely.
Yes.
No, it's an amazing experience again that requires a long discussion.
Okay.
There was a military government.
Okay.
But one in which I had very good friends. But it was still a military government with its own agenda and so on. The university at the time had a posture of opposition to government. And therefore there was, before I arrived...
The university, a posture against military government or just any government?
Well, against that government.
That government?
At the time.
Okay.
But let me add one more very interesting bit.
Okay.
That this government-university confrontation had got to a point before my arrival where the workers took over the university and occupied it for, I think, a year before my arrival.
Okay.
The studio was recovered, I think, a year before my arrival, so my predecessor, who was acting, acted over a recovered university for 1 year before I was appointed.
All right.
So when I came back, the faculty was dispersed. Some of them had gone to Nigeria, abroad, and so on, including myself. The structures had been damaged and not maintained. So there was a real physical collapse in the university.
Okay.
At the same time, funding was limited. We received government subventions monthly in arrears. And often you spend the money, you go ask for it to give it to you, you get only half of it. Very difficult. So those were the broad background elements of the period. At the same time, there were serious student protests against everything, the government mainly.
Okay.
So we in the university administration were caught between the students and government.
The government, yeah.
So a very important part of our function was to keep the campus going.
Yes.
By allowing the students to express their views and carry on and so on without crossing the line.
That was a difficult thing to do.
Very difficult.
So how did you manage that?
I don't know.
Definitely there should be
but there were a number of
structure
things
in place.
You know, looking back, there were a number of things we did right.
Okay.
One of them was to take on the university community, students, staff, workers, lecturers, everybody.
Okay.
As a community.
That's right.
But to understand the community so thoroughly and to get their trust so completely that when you are talking to anybody outside, government outside, you are speaking for the community.
Yes.
On the one hand.
Okay.
At the same time, you have to make the community aware of the reality that with a military government in place, we can't have it all our way.
Exactly.
So I was caught in the middle, and therefore, to some extent, offended both sides.
Exactly.
But over a period, I think it became clear to everybody that that posture was the right one. So the students were able to operate on campus. They demonstrated. They did everything they had to do. Government had its way.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Yes.
And the two kept going. But of course, there were collapses. There was a famous collapse which I'm sure you know about.
Prof, tell us.
A number of things built up.
Okay.
But at one stage, the students were publicly attacking the Minister of Education and therefore the government.
Yes.
Publicly.
Yes.
And government didn't like that at all. So, and they were expecting us to control the students. Now, it wasn't easy.
It wasn't. That was 1992 or before?
No, before that.
Before.
It must have been 80-something.
Oh, okay.
89, thereabouts.
Okay.
That was a famous period. I can't get the date right.
Okay.
So, although we're talking to government to understand the need to get the balance right, government announced on radio the university should close down at 7 p.m. on that day.
Goodness.
We were with them in the morning. They never told us that. Council chair, myself, and others, we came back to campus to hear the news of the closure.
You should close, and it was by
decree. By radio.
Decree.
And we had to empty the campus by the end of the day.
Then where were the students going to have transportation back home?
Nobody cared. And the police had lined up behind the police station across the road from us. We didn't know that till after the announcement, with the steel helmets and other business. So I don't know. At around, of course, when I came back and heard this, I called a meeting of the executive committee immediately.
Okay.
And asked everybody, let's not debate the rights or wrongs.
Yes.
Let's get the students off campus. How we do it, how we don't do it, let's do it.
Okay.
Everybody, go to any hall around and help out.
Mobilize, yeah.
First thing we did. By the time we finished the meeting, the police armored cars were on campus.
No, but I thought universities are kind of, enclaves in themselves.
That's right.
Not
in those days.
Not in those days, under military rule.
Without discussion, without getting, normally before you come on campus,
Yes.
you must get permission of the vice chancellor.
Exactly.
Or let's inform them.
Yes.
Nothing. They drove onto campus, and I can see the picture in my head now, literally. And they stopped just outside Volta Hall.
Wow.
And so Professor Bennett, who was then my deputy, my pro-vice chancellor,
Pro-vice,
and I literally went there physically, very politely, and stood at that circle with the commanders and the armored cars.
Prof, what were some of the transformational changes that you brought to the university?
Well, essentially, my first task, and when I say my first, I mean the team's first task,
Okay.
was to re-establish academic work on a normal basis after the previous years of closure and disturbance. But among the significant things that we did, I would mention the introduction of a more rational system of promotions.
Okay.
Because for a long time there have been very few promotions at the university when I took over.
Okay.
But also the requirements for promotion were unclear.
Okay.
So one of the things I introduced was a new arrangement which ensured that everybody who was a lecturer had the chance to rise to the lecturer level of senior lecturer.
Okay.
Mainly through the teaching ability and some research.
Okay.
But to go beyond that, we required research and publications in the old style.
Okay.
But the third point was to introduce a point beyond which you will not go
Okay.
if you don't get promotion. So that if you rose to become a senior lecturer, you didn't have 3 years within which to qualify
Okay.
as an associate professor. Because there were people who'd been there as lecturers for 10, 15 years.
So many years.
And so on. So the idea was to encourage people to work for promotion.
Okay. Did it work?
Well, it began just before I left. And the third year where the guillotine was coming came after I had left.
Wow.
So I cannot guarantee what happened.
Okay.
But that was a very important introduction, and it made people begin to really work for promotion.
Okay.
That's one thing.
Okay.
The other thing that we did was to get the labs re-equipped.
The university laboratories. Okay.
Because for quite a while, they've been let to run down, lack of funding and so on. So I sought help from the donor community generally.
Okay.
And got help from the Japanese government to help us to re-equip some of the key labs, I think biochemistry, chemistry, and so on.
Okay.
Those were the kinds of things that we did.
So with the benefit of hindsight, what would you have done if you were given the chance again today?
Well, today is a whole different story.
Okay.
Because today the numbers have gone up so seriously.
Okay.
The funding situation has changed so dramatically that quite frankly, I'm not sure what I would have done if I was there today. Revive and strengthen a 5,000 person university.
Now they are almost 40,000.
They are almost 40,000. So it's a different scale.
Okay.
Clearly, what's required now goes beyond what we have to deal with.
Yeah.
The fundraising, the external supports, the commercialization of units is a whole different world.
Yes.
And I look at my colleague vice chancellors now and say, better you than me.
You know, they have the collegiate system operating.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Yes.
During your days when students went on strike and the government was intervening, then we got to know of a crop of the security there to unleash mayhem on students.
Absolutely.
I mean, what brought about the name?
Right. It's a very interesting situation.
Yes.
It reflects a number of things. One was my relation with students.
Okay.
My personal links with students as a group. The Aki police thing came up, interestingly, not in terms of oppression.
Okay.
Not at all. The security guards, I think, during my tenure, were given uniforms and organized into a clear, discernible body.
Okay.
That was all.
Oh, so it's nothing to do with, you know, having security pools and cell.
Absolutely. It was just like the asphalt road that was built.
Yes.
Was a name that I've made by the students again. So, so they put my name on everything.
Okay.
You know. But it was more, you can check with the students, it's a matter of fondness, not of oppression, because the security guards never, during my 7 years, they attacked students.
Okay.
Not a single time.
Wow.
Never.
No. Okay. Thank you. So we move on.
Yes.
Life after the University of Ghana. You moved to the Association of African Universities in 1993 as the Director of Research. And you stayed on and progressed to become the substantive Secretary General.
That's right.
Where I think you were at the helm of affairs for about 5 years.
5 years, yes.
Can you just give us a brief about your experiences at the Association of African Universities?
Yes. Well, that's an interesting question. Because I joined the Association of African Universities in 1993, I think.
Yes.
At that time, the association had been through a very bad patch. Because, as you recall, all universities across the continent had gone through a very bad patch in the late 1980s. So the Association of Universities was just recovering. And we had a very good leader, Professor Donald Ekong.
Yes. Of blessed memory.
Of blessed memory.
Yes.
Who very energetically began to revive the association.
Okay.
And because I was at the time Vice Chancellor of the University of Ghana, I was his nearest university.
Okay.
So I helped him a lot in the work he was doing.
Okay.
So when I retired from the University of Ghana, it was a natural for him to invite me to come and work with him more directly in the association. So my move there was based upon that earlier relationship. Yes. But the specific task which I was given was the task of helping with the research work by the association, but also the management training aspects.
Training of vice chancellors?
Vice chancellors and senior management.
Senior management of universities?
Of universities, yes. On the research side, we introduced what was called the study program on higher education research. Because prior to that, there was hardly any higher education research as such done by African scholars. It was done by others for us. So we began a program which flourished for many years. I also took over a preceding program which was called the Senior University Management something or other, SUMA. Which was started before my time. The idea then was to bring together African vice chancellors for a workshop or training. It was run from Canada.
The SUMA workshop?
Yes. But when I had to wait, then changed it over and localized it. So it was run from Accra.
So it became an African
very much so
run program.
And went beyond that. And we changed it to become a leadership and development program.
LEDEV.
Yes.
And later so LEDEV started from your era?
Exactly. I introduced LEDEV.
Wow, it's been running for quite a while.
And then MADEV, which didn't quite start in my time, we introduced it.
Yes.
I don't know what happened to that. Is it running?
MADEV is running.
There you go.
Yes.
I'm very pleased to hear that because we realized from the work of SUMA that we're required to separate out the leadership dimension from the management dimension, and I'm glad that it's working as you propose.
So they are all working.
That was my trajectory until I became the Secretary General. It was a whole different ball game.
As Secretary General, what were some of the challenges that you faced at the AAU?
Right. A number of very important issues about the nature of the association itself.
Okay.
And the place of higher education in the African scenario. One of the long-term battles we fought was against the policy then prevailing of encouraging our governments to devote funding to basic education development.
Okay.
In effect, at the cost of higher education. Now we, across the continent, fought very hard against that. Because while we completely agree with the notion of improving basic education, it seemed to us completely irresponsible to play down the value of higher education. So by the time I became Secretary General of the AAU, the battle had gone beyond the continent. We were now pressing the donors to accept the notion that you cannot run. Luckily for us, at the same time, the Blair Commission,
Tony
Blair's commission, looking at the education and African development generally.
Yes.
Also very importantly, for the first time, the AU, African Union, also took up the task. So the AAU's role was to provide the arguments and the research basis for entrenching higher education as part of the thinking of the AU and the other donors generally on this matter. So that was a very important structural change that we introduced at that time.
I recall there was the Abete conversation that AAU fronted to make a case for higher education in Africa. Was it successful?
Very successful. The effect was transformation of donor support. Because until then, for example, DIPI, the British aid support outfit, did not support higher education or AAU. But after that, after the Abete and the Blair Commission report, DFID began to support higher education, certainly with the AAU. So it was very effective at that time.
I think AAU had about 3.5 million pounds.
Absolutely.
Yes,
from nothing.
Mobilization of regional capacity initiative.
Absolutely. You were right at it. You were there at the time, of course.
Prof, I believe I was there.
You were very much part of that. That was a very significant transformation of the aid. And of course, the impact went beyond DFID. Other donors as well. The higher education supporters. So that was a very important change in the atmosphere.
Currently, the World Bank is actually creating centers of excellence across Africa.
The World Bank? Well, that's interesting.
They are in their third phase.
Very interesting.
They did one for
because we had to fight the World Bank very hard to bend their view towards this. But I'm glad it's going on now.
It's going on.
Excellent.
And in fact, the African Union is also creating centers of excellence.
There you go. Fantastic.
So thank you for the good work done.
Thank you very much.
I know it was Herculean then, but now it has really gained ground.
I'm very pleased to hear that.
The African governments are also picking up.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay. Prof, now you left AAU, but you didn't retire. I'm told professors don't retire.
No. Believe it, that's absolutely true.
Yes. So after AAU, where have you been?
Oh my goodness. I've been mainly working in the civic atmosphere. Working with civil society organizations, working for government as well. Pro bono.
Pro bono.
Pro bono, yes. On committees and boards. And do research and all manner of things. Keep me busy.
You were enrolled at the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences in 1992.
That's right.
Even when you were at the University of Ghana.
That's right.
And then you rose to become the president.
Yes. For one term.
For one term.
Yes.
2016, 2017.
17, no, 15, 16.
15, 16.
Yes.
So what were some of the transformations that had taken place since you got there at the GAAS?
Well, the Ghana Academy of Arts and Science is a very important institution in terms of its bringing together some of the best minds that Ghana has, without doubt.
Okay. Before you go on, when you say best mind, does it mean that it is a kind of a club that not everybody can enroll?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely. It's a very limited access body.
Okay.
And fellows are selected on the basis of their academic achievements.
Okay.
By a very rigorous
selection process.
Very rigorous indeed. So to get into the academy, you must have established a credible track record of high caliber academics who were globally recognized.
Globally recognized, that's the key word.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. So the best minds of the country are in the academy. Okay. Without doubt.
Do you have people from outside Ghana?
As honorary members.
As honorary members.
Yes.
Okay.
Only Ghanaians to be regular members. Okay. Outsiders can be honorary members.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Yes. But to the question of what has been done, many things. The most significant thing during my tenure was the introduction of a committee to review our work.
The work of the academy?
Of the academy as a whole, and bring it up to date.
Okay.
At the end of the work of the committee, we decided to strengthen the chapters of the academy and to link them more directly with government agencies, the private sector and so on, so that it created a much better rooting of the academy in social practice, from which our research will emerge. That is still ongoing. It is not over yet.
Right. I know the GAAS, or the academy, has a new secretariat.
Yes.
Was it initiated during your time?
No.
Okay.
It was started before my time, but it was completed during my tenure.
Wow. Congratulations then.
Thank you very much.
I guess you pushed it.
Well, I pushed it, but it was begun before my time.
Okay.
So we're simply continuing work that others have started.
Okay. Yeah. Prof, you are a very well awarded person. You were awarded the Companion of the Order of the Volta in 2007. When your name was mentioned, how did you feel?
Well, I felt humble.
Humble?
Yes, because that award was a national recognition of contributions to the national interest. You become professor, you become vice chancellor, but to get recognition beyond the academic sphere. I thought was significant, and I really felt grateful for that. Thank you for that.
What about the Black Star Excellence Award?
Exactly. These were other awards by other agencies who were looking at what I was contributing to civil society work in other areas. Again, this was a very significant recognition because you don't think of those things, you simply do what you are doing. And for others
to recognize. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
But the highest to me is when you were selected to become a member of the Council of State of the Republic of Ghana.
Right. Yes.
Prof, what is it? What is the Council of State all about?
I suppose it is in the nature of the second chamber under the 1992 Constitution.
Ghana's Constitution?
Yes.
Okay.
Because there was a debate about having a second chamber like House of Lords.
Yes.
But the Constitutional Review Committee chose not to have that. But instead have a council of selected senior citizens who would advise the president and the executive in private about national affairs generally. And the body is made up of people who are there ex officio, called the office, but also others who are selected by the president and the cabinet. And I was lucky to be one of those who were selected by the president and the cabinet.
Prof, you were not lucky. You had it on merit.
Thank you. Thank you.
So what were some of the things that during your era you managed to achieve?
Well, that's interesting because, quite frankly, I think the Council of State is underutilized.
Underutilized?
Yes.
Okay.
My experience was that we were not able to tackle some of the critical questions which would have helped government making decisions. And it was partly the council's own slowness in taking up issues, but also the lack of a tradition of consulting the elders on matters that are critical.
Oh, you mean maybe the three arms of government were not consulting the council?
Exactly. Tradition of that in the
constitution?
In the constitutional arrangement prior to that.
Okay.
And so my frustration is that there was a lot more we could have done for government if we'd been more involved in some of the difficult questions that government had to face.
Was there therefore no trust in the council?
Oh no, on the contrary, there was a lot of trust. But it was taken for granted that the council would say a few things, confirm appointments, and that was it. It was a failure to recognize what the potential
of the council. Okay. Prof, you have chaired several boards, several councils, several committees. What comes to mind is that you are currently the chair of the review committee that is looking at the collegiate system of governance at the University of Ghana. You are the chair of the steering committee on the project called Tackling Illicit Financial Outflows from Ghana. You are the chair of the steering committee of the Ghana Oil and Gas for Inclusive Growth. You are the chair of the Council of Trustees Institute for Democratic Governance in Ghana. You are a member of the Governing Council and Faculty Board of Sajefo Kwame Nkrumah African Genius Awards, etc., etc., etc. Prof, are these not taking your social life away?
On the contrary, these keep me engaged in the things that I think are important.
Okay.
Clearly, it's very time consuming. But each of those bodies you mentioned is involved in important work, which I think is a privilege to be involved in doing. Now, of course, I'm not doing it alone. I'm part of a group, but at least I'm engaged and involved in doing all this. And the key thing for me is that by involvement in all these bodies, I'm kept very much in touch with the next generation, the one below that, and the current affairs of the country. So it's been for me very productive engagement since my retirement from official duties.
And these are basically pro bono?
All pro bono.
Oh my goodness. Prof, I know for one to become a professor, you need to publish. You have published widely on various things, various subjects. We cannot even classify them. But I know you have published on legal and constitutional issues. You've published on governance issues. You've published on political economy, the economic development, higher education, etc., etc. So what else have you not published on?
Two things on that. First of all, publication is part of the work of an academic. So that in the normal course of your work, if you are doing it properly, you will have research work which you publish. That's the first part. You get promoted, recognized as an academic based on your publications. But beyond that, I saw publication as a way of one, improving myself by learning about things beyond my technical field, but also using the skills I've acquired as a university person to interpret our reality in the areas in which I'm studying for the wider public. So it wasn't simply publishing for promotion, but publishing to spread understanding
and to make an impact,
and to motivate and to stimulate others on key issues. So, for example, although I'm a trained lawyer, and my legal work is what got me the promotions in the first place, much of my publications have been away from legal work.
It's true.
Because real life goes beyond the law.
It's true.
And so I've seen my publication record not so much as academic achievements, But I assess them by the extent to which they contribute to shaping debates, creating platforms for discussion of key issues. That's how I see publication.
And your grandchildren are waiting for your first fable. So, Professor Sawyer as a novelist,
it is cooking up in my head.
Okay, then we look forward to reading from you at your 80th birthday.
Absolutely.
Prof, they say that a good conversation never ends.
True.
So this is just the beginning of the beginning.
Thank you very much.
So we want to wrap up.
Right.
But in doing so, we just want you to just say a little bit about your social life.
Right.
So tell us about you as a family man.
Right. As a family man, I have had the good fortune of having an excellent wife. We've been married for 51 years now.
51?
51 years, yes. 2 children and 3 grandchildren.
Prof, come again.
Yep.
Only 2 children.
2 children and
only
3 grandchildren.
3 grandchildren.
That's it.
It doesn't make you an African.
No, exactly. If you were to know what my father did, and my father, his father before him, you see that the point you are making is absolutely correct.
Okay.
I'm an exception in the family tradition.
To the family.
1 wife,
okay.
2 children, 3 grandchildren, no more.
Wow.
That's it.
Congrats. I think you are mentoring somebody. Who are you mentoring?
Well, in a way, that's the whole point of my work,
okay,
which I mentioned earlier. I see my social work at the moment exactly as mentoring.
Okay.
Because right from the days at Legon in the 1970s, there's come up a whole generation of serious intellectual activists.
Right.
Who are now matured into 60-year-olds, who are still leading, and all the work, all the list you mentioned of my chairmanship and so on, is working with them.
Okay.
So the mentoring continues to this day. Not directly, specifically, but in the constant interaction and engagement on these social activities.
Are we looking forward to an Aklakpa ideology?
My goodness. That is the kind of thing which I leave to others.
Okay.
I'll carry what I'm doing and let others interpret it as a
maybe we should. So what about the other social life, your political activism, kind of? What line do you do?
I won't go beyond that.
Okay.
Because I believe absolutely firmly that African economies are not under our control.
Right.
They ought to be. I believe that the political and economic arrangements we've got now, despite all our pronouncements about independence and so on, our arrangements are constantly tying us even more tightly under the control of foreign capital.
That's right.
And so it seems to me that it is a lifelong task.
It is.
To make sure that we do not accept and take for granted the current dispensation.
Right.
So I see my role as helping others to constantly call into question the current arrangements of our political economy. Because if we don't question the present, we are accepting subjugation forever, and that is unacceptable. That's my broad starting point.
Prof, congratulations again.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much.
At 79 plus, you are mentally active and physically strong. What is the secret?
Well, it is something I think I will say loud.
Okay.
It is so common for our young professionals after graduating to stop exercise. I mean physical exercise. My one message: don't stop exercising. Whatever you do, do some walking, some tennis, some soccer, whatever, some physical exercise. Everybody should be doing that all the time. Men, and especially our women.
Especially our women. So our women, an advice from Professor Sawyer: don't stop exercising.
Thank you. Thank you.
Prof, your very final words.
My final word is back to higher education.
Okay.
and that is that we are currently facing problems in the higher education system, because I don't think we have quite, as a continent, thought through fully the role of higher education in Africa at this time.
Okay.
So my final word to all my colleagues who are active in the field now is to step back a bit and let's assess more closely what higher education ought to be doing at this time.
Okay.
In the process of helping Africa redefine its future and achieve it.
Okay. Prof, you have really set a research agenda now that we are going to carry forward. Hello viewers, we have been talking to Professor Akilakpa Sawyer, who is our maiden guest on the AAU Impact Stories celebrating academic mentors. Thank you very much, Prof. And viewers, tune in again next week for yet another interesting episode. Thank you very much.
So welcome back to the roundtable on the impact of the corona crisis. This next hour is a bit more action-oriented. First, we'll hear from 3 students about their experiences, and then we'll launch into discussion. And I think we'll not take questions directly to the students, but make that part of the discussion. So please, if you have questions for them, take note of them somewhere so you don't forget, so we can have a useful and lively discussion. To introduce this section, I've asked my colleague. He's an extraordinary professor here at the Nordic Africa Institute. And when we had an advisory meeting about this roundtable, he insisted there has to be student perspectives, and I'll leave to him to explain why that is so important.
Thanks so much, Kaisa, and welcome everyone. It's a little bit absurd almost that the oldest participant, meaning me, I am as old as I look, opens now the round with the contributions by the 3 youngest participants in that chat. But I think age does not really matter when it comes to tackling social challenges and problems. While I think I'm a dinosaur, I hope that my mindset is a current one. And while I cannot preempt what the 3 students have to say, and I'm very keen to listen, because especially my age group should learn not to talk as much as we do, but to listen more, and then think twice before we talk, I would like to share a few concerns which basically contribute in a nutshell to the debate. And they engage on 2 levels with knowledge production and knowledge transmission. And I think the one is class and the other one is the meaning of knowledge. Now, what do I mean? And I have just 3.5 minutes left. With class, I mean there are social inequalities in existence. And we don't have to go back to Pierre Bourdieu, who stressed that as an important contribution in the 60s on the nature or the double nature of education. Class matters. Now, in our current societies, institutionalized access to higher education and the transmission of knowledge can be used as an instrument to reduce class. But if we now are forced by circumstances to relocate education into the home, then it's not part of a solution, but exacerbates the problem. The home situation of students reflects a class position, and the environment conducive to learning is the one of a middle and upper class. So students who are now relegated back to a home environment are facing the disadvantages which life on campus to a certain extent can reduce, not eliminate, but reduce. So I think we need to be aware of that. And the second aspect is the one of the so-called hidden curriculum. Pedagogy matters. And I believe that a transfer of humanist education, which I hope is the ultimate goal of education, being emancipatory and humanist, requires empathy and compassion, and that requires personal human interaction. While we can get along with a nice debate as of today, I strongly feel it cannot totally replace human interaction, which means eye-to-eye interaction, which means empathy, which means emotions, which means feelings as part of a learning process and the transmission of knowledge. Knowledge is not a neutral affair. It means empowerment also in the sense of human empowerment. And it's very interesting that just now Silicon Valley jumps on the bandwagon and sees an opportunity to transfer higher education into one which is entirely based on the kind of communication we are doing now. And an interesting comment in the New York Times magazine said, I quote, will big tech's entry into education reduce our humanity? And I think it's a challenge we are confronted with for the time in the post-corona exceptional circumstances. And I think we should be aware that we don't enter traps. Yes, we can exploit opportunities, which by force of circumstances we are confronted with, but we should not throw out the baby with the bathwater. I would like to end with a quote from an article, and I will share with all of you the links to 2 articles which I feel quite relevant in that context. It says, this article, technology doesn't fix social problems. People do. But deployed unreflectively, technology can reify or even enhance social differences and inequalities, locking into algorithms very human decisions that are biased as the social systems they automate. And I think that's the risk and the danger I see. But that's the view of a dinosaur. Now it's up to us to listen to the young ones.
Thank you for that introduction, Henning. And I'll call first on Claudia Esidentu. She's a final year student at private Ashesi University in Ghana. And I believe she does not have a camera, but we can hear from her. You have 5 minutes. We'll let you know when 2 minutes are left.
All right. Thank you, Kaiser. So this is Claudia. She introduced me. And as she said before, I'm to give a personal reflection on how the coronavirus has affected me and what my school has done so far to, deal with this new pandemic that has affected the whole world. I, for one, have been stuck in my room for months since schools closed down. Personally, I'm not much of an outing type. But what is new is the feeling of restlessness that comes with knowing that you can't just go anywhere when you need to or when you want to due to the risk involved. I was set to graduate on May 30th before COVID-19. As an upcoming graduate, I had lots of plans to carry out, and it's sad seeing all these plans come to a halt. However, as a human, we are created and built to adapt to different situations, and I believe I have been coping pretty well and hoping the world will soon overcome this pandemic. For my university, Ashesi University, the school has done pretty well in successfully adapting its curriculum to incorporate new changes as a result of the COVID-19. the school has successfully moved all of its lectures online, making use of the Zoom app and Canvas for its teaching and learning. Also, the school has made arrangements with telecommunication companies to supply monthly internet bundle to students. Such a move has made it possible for all groups of students to join lectures on Zoom and emails, Canvas, everywhere that we need to interact with our lecturers and our mates. For final year students like me, our thesis and our project is still in the pipeline. The school has created a system where we can access the resource database from our homes. There are good initiatives. All these initiatives by my school has been very helpful to with the whole Ashesi students body, but not everyone has been able to, use the internet. The online learning couldn't cater for all the different group of Ashesi students. There are students who live in communities where there is no internet access. These students have no option than to wait for the pandemic to be over so they can go back to the classroom. For some of us, with respect to the online learning, it's been hard to pay attention in class. The absence of the the environment to keep that focus is making it hard to pay attention and follow some of the lectures that happen online. Various discussions with some of my mates also revealed that it's hard for them to also follow during online lectures. This is all new, and this is all new to us, and it's taking some time for some of us to completely adjust when we have only known a physical classroom all our lives. However, there are also some students who have fully embraced the change. Some students also have to balance house chores with schoolwork, and it hasn't been too easy for them. They complain a lot on the WhatsApp groups and in email how they need to bath babies, do this and that, and the school we are still required to submit our assignments, our projects.
2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mila. Also, most of the final year students at Ashesi have been real sad with respect to how events have turned out. We were supposed to graduate May 30th, as I said. The sadness of leaving school rid us of final school days with our friends, our lecturers, moments like our last days moment. We do keep up via social media and through phone calls. However, it isn't the same. This was supposed to be our graduation month, and now we don't even know what the future holds. Same with national service. It's like you want to make plans and think about the future, but how can you make such plans when you are so uncertain of the future? That's my view and my take on the whole coronavirus pandemic and how it has affected me, measures my school has put in place, and how my mates and I have been affected by it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Claudia, and we feel with you. These are very uncertain times. Thank you for sharing your experience. We stay in Ghana, and I asked Titilope Ayayi, who is a PhD candidate at Public University of Ghana, and also the founder of the online resource doing a PhD in Africa, to tell us about life as a graduate student at this point.
Thank you. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you, but we cannot see
Awesome.
you. Let's see.
I just put my video back on.
Yeah. If
Can
possible,
you see me now?
to see you.
Okay. Should I go ahead?
Can we see you? Yeah.
My video is on.
Okay, sorry. It's just me who had a setting that
Okay.
couldn't see you. There you are. Go ahead. Please, you have 5 minutes.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. So, as has been said, I'm in the final year of my PhD, and I also coordinate an online-based community of PhD scholars across Africa, which is called Doing a PhD in Africa, which I think is a very good empirical illustration of how technology can be leveraged to support either PhD or other learning, and I can expand on that later since I don't have much time. So my university is also closed. It's been closed since March, and because I'm in my final year, I don't have issues with online learning. although I see that we're starting to do Vivas online. I just started seeing the announcements last week. I haven't attended one yet, so I don't know how that's going to go. I also don't know what it means for graduation, but I'm monitoring the process. But I do know that there are issues with access to online learning for undergraduate students and for PhD students in their first year. At my university, the first year is when you do coursework. So the crisis hit in the middle of the second semester for most of these students. And I know that they've had challenges. And one of the comments that came from the PhD group that I was talking about is from Omolara in Nigeria. And she says, I'm reading, transition to e-learning is not working for some students. Some universities either don't have the right infrastructure or the lecturers are not well prepared to run online classes. And this echoes some of the things that were said earlier. The second issue area for me has been my field work. I was due to go to Lagos in March to do the final leg of data collection, which obviously is no longer possible. And this is an issue also for other colleagues that I've spoken to. And what I've done, how I've tried to manage this, is substituting the in-person for digital interviews. And that raises three issues. First is whether this is acceptable methodologically, and it's something that I still need to find out from my department. I'm in international relations. The second issue has to do with connectivity. I've had connectivity on my end and connectivity on the end of the participants that I'm talking to. I have had interviews where Skype wouldn't work. At that point, Zoom wasn't such a big, it wasn't such a popular platform. So I've had interviews where Skype was working so badly that I had to resort to WhatsApp. And I couldn't do a call because the other person's connectivity was bad. And so what we ended up doing was using voice notes. And you can imagine how stressful that was, having to wait for the person to answer and then listen before you can ask another question. The interview took 3 hours. It should have taken 45 minutes. And the other issue also is by doing it this way, you're indirectly forcing your participants to bear the costs of your research. And that has all kinds of ethical implications. And then the last point I had was about productivity. So I was supposed to go to Lagos to present a paper at a workshop there, which has been postponed. We don't know yet whether it's going to end up being a virtual conversation, but the purpose of my going there was to present something that I'm working on, which I was planning to get published later this year. Obviously, since that can't happen at the moment, then it has implications for when and whether, in fact, I can publish.
2 minutes remaining.
Okay, thank you. For when and whether I can publish it. So it has implications for my writing process. So I think since I have 2 minutes, I'll just go back to where I started and talk about PhD in Africa very quickly. So some of the things that we've done, like I mentioned, we're online based. So for example, we have had surveys, for instance, on the challenges facing PhD students in Africa, and the results of that survey informed most of the content that you'll see on our website, and I can share that in the link in the chat. The other thing that we've done more recently is that we've organized bi-monthly, what we call them peer support forums, where if you're a PhD student at any African institution, you can come and raise questions or concerns about any aspects of your PhD program, whether it's to do with the technical, writing, or research process, or whether it's to do with relations with your supervisors, anything that has a bearing on your PhD experience. So I will stop there and look forward to the conversations.
Thank you so much, Titelope, and so generous of you to also share your network with us and views from all your followers on doing a PhD in Africa. And please do share a link in the chat so that others who are interested can find your resource. Last in this part, we have Marcia Manhik. She's a PhD candidate at Uppsala University and Eduardo Mondlane University in Mozambique. So please, Marcia, let's hear from you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Hi, everyone. As
The sound is very low. Can you try to turn up your volume?
Okay. Hi again. I say that I'm PhD student. I started this year. I'm enrolled in the course that Prof. Stan is giving now about democracy and public engagement in anthropology. Related to, from my experience, it has been, it is an unexpected situation because I was preparing myself to go to Sweden to study there, and I saw that we had to change our plans. So we have to start from Mozambique. I said, okay, this is fine. At least I'm going to start. This is good for me because I'm not losing time, and I have opportunity to learn to do the course even at home. But I have to say that sometimes I find some kind of limitations related to my connection. I remember once that I lost the lesson, the presentation of Professor Stein, and it is something complicated because sometimes you are following the lesson and suddenly the connection go down, so you have to get in, try to connect again. But as we record our lessons, I have opportunity to go back to the platform and try to listen to it again, and that is good for me. So we have some difficulties related to the cost of internet, but I think that we are also reinventing ourselves, looking for ways to make it possible to do the course. In general, just to show some kind of experience from other colleagues, what is happening at Eduardo Mondlane University is that the teachers now are giving lessons. It has been a complex process because we have some structural issues to take into account, some structural issues related to poverty, but also related to some kind of limitations on the use of digital instruments. Like we have some teachers that were not or are not prepared to teach by this kind of platform. So they are now looking for ways to learn to do it. Okay, thank you. They are learning to do that. So it's time that is going. But in general, we are using email, WhatsApp groups to have lessons. So people are trying to do their best. We can see from our colleagues, from our friends, they are looking for ways to have lessons, but we can't we can't we can I think that we have also to consider that there are some students that have limitations to have lessons in this kind of platforms, because some of them do come to university but they don't have computer, or if they have, they still have some difficulties to use it. So it's something that we also we are facing here. But just to finish, I have to say that people are trying to do their best to have lessons from WhatsApp and from email. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marcia, for sharing your experiences so far. Sad that you cannot be with us here in Sweden at the moment, but hopefully we'll get to see you sometime soon. I wanted us to launch into discussion. As we prepare to do so, I'd like to first call on Grace Idahosa, who's a visiting scholar here at NINE at this point. If you want to share your experiences too, I think are quite interesting with how COVID has affected you and your research that is also on higher education. So maybe you want to say one or two words. After Grace comes in, Desire had a question for Sten that was never addressed. It was about pedagogy being during lockdown. How can it be improved? You wanted to expand on that, Sten. And after that, I'm going to open the floor. So please write here. I see names being added to the group chat. So we'll take it from there. First Grace and then Sten.
Okay, thank you, Kaiser. I'm not sure where to start, but I think the first thing to say is that at the moment I am stuck in terms of not being able to go back home. So there are no flights and anything. And for some reason, I didn't prepare my mind for that. I just thought when 15th Friday, I'm out of here, I can go back and get back into my work. Or at least settle down before getting back, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So now I am trying to rearrange my life in terms of this week, for instance, I decided, okay, I need to start going to the office because I have deadlines that I have to meet. And sometimes you're not able to extend these deadlines, even if the situations are difficult. So I am working on a report now that I have to send in tomorrow. Sorry, today is Thursday, yeah, on 15th Friday, and that can't be pushed. Yeah. Apart from that, I think it's another thing that's been challenging is and partly surprising for me is the mental health effects of this. It's not something that you really think about because as academics, we are naturally prone to isolation and being in our own silos and all those things. So you think, oh, it's fine. Anyways, it's like every other day for me. But there is something about that freedom being taken away from you where you're not the one making the decision to stay at home or lock yourself for like 1 or 2 weeks in some without talking to people or meeting people face to face. So I don't need to see people. And then in the last 4 weeks, I've realized that I actually do cherish the face to face meetings in the office and everything. In relation to my work, that's been a little bit, I think, more challenging because so it spills over from the mental and emotional issues to being able to work and being able to do things at the same capacity or level that you were doing them before the pandemic started, and that's been difficult. I don't think I've been able to provide a solution for myself. Now I'm just trying different things. And I think the last thing I want to talk about is the actual work that I do. So my research focuses on agency in relation to transforming higher education. And in the last few weeks, I've had to think about the impact of the move to e-learning and the impact of digitization on and just on a side note, my research is mainly focused on South African higher education. And some of the things I've been thinking about are kind of the challenges that higher education institutions in South Africa face, because there's an intersection of race and class in terms of who has access at the university level, at the level of the academic, at the level of the student also, of who has access to be able to participate in these online learning in online learning processes. So at the level of the institution, for instance, in South Africa, we have the historically white universities and the historically black universities. And the historically white universities are more equipped to be able to actually make this shift easily, whereas the historically black universities find it more difficult because in the first place, they do not have the necessary infrastructure, some of them set up to be able to make that move, that smooth transition. So for instance, some lecturers are still giving their notes paper course outlines, or they just send it via email. So they don't use like platforms like Blackboard or Moodle and all these things. Now they're having to, like some people mentioned in the presentations, now they're having to kind of amp up these platforms to enable students to learn. But aside that, then you deal with the issue of access to data and access to the necessary to internet to be able to even for students, even academics, to access this platform. And at the level of the academics, which is like my primary interest, so I try to understand academic staff agency to contribute to transformation. So even whether they are staff or they occupy, whether they academics or they occupy leadership positions within the university. And
Thank you, Grace. I think it's your research really is interesting because it looks at the nuts and bolts of transformation in the university, and as you say, you might have to, shift a little bit with the Corona crisis coming to London. Your luck, literally, you've been very much affected personally. But I think also for the academics and the staff that you study, it's interesting to see how COVID affects their agency. I will hand over to Sten. There was a question for you, and you have also told us you have something you would like to bring up, so you can have some space to do both.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the question. And it was about what can be done of pedagogic development during the Corona. And I think that I echo what other people have said, that of course this is how to make do in a complicated situation. I'm not saying that this is a true alternative. It's just thinking what can be done and how can we make use of this historical situation. One thing that I find important is that you can share PDF files and readings quite easily, even though people are not you have a problem with a connection. You can send text and tell people, well, you have to read the text in advance. And then, of course, if you have power cut, eventually, hopefully, power will come back and you will be able to be able to read it. So I think that kind of the balance between, on one hand, the kind of direct teaching in and talking, and also having this kind of preparatory aspect of the work. Maybe and also an experience that we learned long before COVID is also not to use PowerPoints so much in this kind of medium, because PowerPoint eats a lot of capacity of internet. So I think this is not at all a comment to what happened today. I think it was great presentations, but that instead of PowerPoint, you can share the PowerPoint in advance. You can send it and so on, and try to be shorter, have more of interaction in your talking. So I'm just thinking these are the things I think we can learn from this very unpleasant experience. Then a final point, and I think many people have brought it up. It's the WhatsApp groups. I tend to say that an armed group that would like to affirm itself in the Malian turmoil, the first thing they do is to get a Twitter account or a WhatsApp account. So in a very complicated circumstances, we see that social media are used in all these kind of groups. And I think that most of us, we have our smartphones, plenty of silly pictures and things going on, what's going on. I mean, you're connected in various ways. But if you create using this kind of WhatsApp groups, we have a group in Messenger that we use. When we started, we just said, don't share I mean, this kind of funny things, just share professional things, having a kind of situation whereby you are not going to get this kind of conspiracy theories or whatever people are sharing, but get things focused on the topic. And I think that is one way of being a bit disciplined from what you are sharing. Because if you get 20 photos of somebody who is dealing with corona or are questioning so and so, well, then after a while you will have people leaving the group. And all this comes to my comment. And I think this is maybe where the Association of African University together with us could make a difference. And that is to push for open access. And not just open access in the sense of opening up a little or doing a kind of marketing campaign, but really push for open access. So that when these things are available, when the articles are available, that we can use them. And I think that is one of the kind of main things. Not a miracle, not a panacea at all, but at least something that could be a very concrete step. And to push the big technological corporations of Silicon Valley, as Henning said. So I think there is something there. My last point about in the response or connection to what Grace said a few minutes ago. I fully sense your concern about this loneliness and so on. And what we have done with my 2 PhD students from Mozambique in Uppsala, living in small studios, is that given that we don't have a complete confinement in Sweden, we have started walk and talk supervision. So we are walking outdoors. So we are walking to Gamla Uppsala, we are walking in the forest, or we are walking and as a way to have a kind of meaningful social interaction. Because I think we have good reasons to be very worried what this happens to us psychologically and socially, and even more so if you are not at home. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sten. Is that close to your department, or if Grace or anyone else wanted to join? Is it like one-on-one, or it's a group?
Absolutely. We can walk to Gamla Uppsala together. Grass.
That's lovely. Grace, did you hear that? I wanted to hand over to Mireille. She had a comment.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sten, and everyone for those presentations. It's not really a comment, but just to ask a question. Yes, about electricity shortage. I would like to know, maybe be more to know, know if it's a particular problem in Cameroon or in Central Africa, or there are other states in Africa that face the same problem, because I think without electricity access, we can't have access to internet. So it's just a question I'm addressing to university staff, academics of other places in Africa, just to know, to have a view, compare. Is it how does it work in South Africa or West Africa? Because here in Central Africa, in Cameroon in particular, it's a great problem. Almost all the regions are affected about that, and we have been really affected during this particular pandemic context. So that's all what I want to know.
Yes, so let's have a few voices on that. Maybe Nodomo, would you like to say something about power issues, maybe across the continent, and then if anyone else has witnessed things they want to say.
Okay, thank you. I think it's an African problem. Many countries face that problem. And I think one of the things that we keep reflecting on is how we can take advantage of alternative sources of power. So we need, I think, as a continent, to begin to operationalize some of the talk that we've been making about Africa has so much sun, but how are we using that as an alternative source of power? And also, of course, securing the data centers where the learning management systems sit is also very important. And maybe also thinking of ways that people can charge their devices. I think there are quite a number of initiatives, particularly from East Africa, where they've come up with the innovations around charging your devices even in areas where there's limited power. Thank you.
Thank you. Did anyone else want to come in on the power issue? Otherwise, Claudia was next. Oh, Desire, it was about the power. I saw you had your hand up.
Yes, that's that.
Okay, so let's take Desire first and then Claudia. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just to comment on that, in the South African context, we've been having a lot of load shedding lately. But since the lockdown, there's not been any load shedding. So power is not a problem at the moment.
Thank you. Then it's Claudia.
Okay, thank you, Kaiser. So my question is to Stan, with respect to working outdoors with the students and going to the forest here and there. Do you practice social distance? And if you do, how does it actually combat the loneliness people are facing? Because here the case that if you have to pay attention to keeping distance from people, then you are working alone. So I want to understand more into how the walking around and everything helps the person or helps you people.
That's a direct question for Stian.
Should I reply?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, it's just that we felt that it's important that we meet anyway. We can have supervision by Zoom, and then we decided why not have walk and talk supervision in the sense that we are walking around. And because in Sweden it's okay to be outdoors, but you have to keep 2 meters from each other. So we have you can have an ongoing conversation about PhD issues. Of course, you're not taking notes like that, but it's a combination of talking about the PhD topic or the thesis or the organization of the work, but of course also try to get some social contact in this complicated situation. This is, of course, due to the fact that we have in Sweden, it has been completely fine to be outdoors and walk with people. So it's not a very big issue. It was just a very clear way to make sure that people are not falling into depression or all these kind of things, because this is a tough situation for all of us. Thank you.
This crisis seems to be a lot about balancing interests. I mean, it's the health interest versus the livelihood interest, and it's also the COVID risks versus the mental health risks of loneliness. So it's really a balance, and since Sweden still allows us to be out and about, then we're taking, I think that's an excellent way of doing it, Stian. Thank you for sharing. Titi Lope has said she wants to come in, and then it's Henning on the list.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay, so I just wanted, it's not about power. I just wanted to flag something that came up on Twitter. I've been tweeting certain parts of this conversation. And somebody just commented that universities in Nigeria, some of them apparently are charging students extra for online classes, and the amounts are as high as $500. I just wanted to put that on the table.
Well, yeah, so that's another aspect. I heard from other parts of the world, students are demanding their fees back because online classes they feel is on a different level and should be charged as an university education in person when it goes offline. Thank you for sharing that, Titi Lopez. So Henning is next.
It relates to that because there is a material aspect to online teaching. And it's not only access to power, it's access to internet and the costs of having access to internet, depending on where you are. And in some rural areas, I know it from South Africa and from Namibia, students who have been relocated back home to their families, they simply have no access to internet because there's no Wi-Fi, or they have to purchase it through their private cell phones, and then it's at exorbitant costs because telecommunication in some of the African countries is charging an arms and a leg. And then also you have the limitations to circulate PDFs for download. And again, it brings back the social background and the material background of the students at the receiving end. We need to be constantly aware that when we discuss these technologies, we are facing social economic realities which provide opportunities for some and deny opportunities to others.
Thank you, Henning, for reminding us of that. I think Claudia was sharing that as well, that her classmates in Ghana, some of them are not able, because of costs or because of the area that your family house is in, you're not able to be part. I think it's very important. The Alliance for Affordable Internet usually puts out a yearly report, and African countries have the most expensive access to the internet in the world. Yes.
And may I just add, because that showed the importance of listening to those on the quote-unquote receiving end, because all three of them, in one way or another, highlighted those constraints, which we sometimes tend to lose sight of. And it's so important to consider that perspective and bring it in. I'm so grateful that we had these three voices.
Yes, next.
Yes, just to add the comment related to the costs. One of the issues that is being discussed in Mozambique is related to the fees, because we have private universities and they want to charge for those marks that the students are not having lessons. So more than discussing what are going to be done during this time, last month the universities and the students with these fees, if they have to pay or not, and the students and their fathers doesn't want to pay because the students are not having lessons at school. So this is one of the issues that we are dealing with now, just to share. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Marcia, for sharing issues with fees also in Mozambique. Titilope also adds in the chat, she wanted to ask how universities are accounting for fees already paid vis-a-vis purported costs of transitioning to online. So I think all these issues are things we need to keep an eye on. And of course, the general context is that higher education on the continent, the costs for it is more and more pushed to the individual, to the families. It's no more, generally, even for the public universities, it's no more public good. It's now something you cash and carry, like many other social. A few countries are exempt, like Senegal, who is providing free higher education. At this point, we need to wrap up. We have 4 more minutes. I'm looking at Lisa. I don't know if she can see. I'm looking at her, but I would like for her to say a few words to close up. Lisa and I, as she mentioned, we have a project on higher education focusing on political science, but we are interested in kind of expanding onto other issues. So this roundtable today has greatly helped us in understanding what are issues now in the new normal that we find ourselves in. With that, I would like to hand over to Lisa to say a few closing words.
Learning, and I really enjoyed to be in touch, to be in connection with students and teachers in Africa. I think that issues related to the teaching infrastructure are things that we really should be able to solve them. I mean, we should be able to invest in these areas. As I briefly explained about our research project, which is about political science, the content of political science, and all these very interesting debates on decolonization of the content of teaching and where the content of our university teaching and sciences are produced, and what are the asymmetric relations with the production of knowledge. Extremely challenging and difficult questions, but in order to tackle those questions also we need to solve practical issues, how to interact, how to disseminate knowledge, how to provide the access to our discussions to students. And I think that with relatively modest contributions and investments, internationally speaking, we could really make a difference. So thank you very much for all of you who contributed to this discussion. Thank you to Kaisa and Camilla who made this possible.
Thank you so much, Lisa, for those closing words. I wanted to remind you that we have promised to send you certain documents. Henning, maybe if you send the papers that you wanted to share to me, then I can put all of it in one email. I'll share the link to the AAU TV on social media so you can see yourselves, hopefully, in the near future. I'll share a link to the policy notes that just came out of our project. I'll share the links to Titi Lopez's initiative, the PhD in Africa. And if anyone else has links they want shared with the group, you can send them to me by close of day, and I'll share it with the rest. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you to our partner, the AAU. It has been a pleasure convening with all of you, and I'm looking forward to future collaborations that might come out of this conversation today. So have a lovely afternoon.
Thank you.
Same to you.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Hello Africa, you are live on another episode of Ladies Digest, where issues in the world of women are discussed. And as usual, I'm your host, Joan Ikuya Iyoha, and the show is proudly brought to you by the AAU TV, the voice of higher education in Africa. For some episodes now, we've been discussing uterine fibers. We talked about the symptoms, we talked about the causes, and we talked about some treatments that can be used to cater for this condition. And this is the concluding episode, and we'll also be dwelling on the treatments. Do catch up on our social media handles on Facebook and YouTube at the Association of African Universities and our Instagram page at Ladies Digest. Do stay tuned.
Dr. Udell Tego is a general gynecologist and minimally invasive gynecologic surgeon. She is married with 4 children. She is very passionate about delivering quality, compassionate care to women. And her hobbies are running and reading.
Welcome back. And we have in our midst our regular gynae, Dr. Udell Tego, and we are in an office still. Thank you, Doc. As I always say, thank you for inviting us and squeezing
You're very welcome
to attend to us. So in our previous episodes, we've been looking at, you introduced the uterine fibroids. You defined it in a very latent, and you talked about the symptoms, the causes, and in the next episode, we talked about the treatments, some forms of treatment, diagnosis, and treatments. And we'll conclude this episode, we'll conclude it, a very, very vital topic. And we'll still be dwelling on treatment.
Okay.
So I want to know, is there any way of removing, or what are the different ways of removing these fibroids?
Right. With fibroid removal, there are different modalities or different ways to remove them.
Okay.
In considering which way to choose, there are many factors we look at. So firstly, it's what is the woman's wish for surgery. If it is for fertility reasons, that plays a role in the choice of removal, the way the fibroids are removed. The location and the number of fibroids also plays a significant role. And then finally, the size of the fibroids, that also plays a significant role. Minimally invasive surgery. As you introduced me, I am a minimally invasive gynecologic surgeon. So minimally invasive surgery is also known most commonly as keyhole surgery. Keyhole surgery. So it's like the hole of the key is very small. That's why it's termed that way. And keyhole surgery is also known as laparoscopic surgery. So a laparoscope is a special camera that is inserted into a body cavity to visualize the contents therein. And so when it comes to fibroid surgery, the minimally invasive approach is a possibility, laparoscopic approach. There are also other forms of minimally invasive surgery that includes vaginal surgery, which means that the entire procedure is done through the vagina without any cuts on the abdomen at all. And there's also hysteroscopy. So the prefix hyst, H-Y-S-T, refers to the uterus. It's just an old Latin, Greek. Don't quote me on Latin and Greek. I took Latin long ago. But is that prefix hyst, H-Y-S-T, refers to the uterus or the womb, okay? So hysteroscopy is a way to take a narrow camera, insert it into the uterus to visualize the contents inside the uterus. Like I mentioned earlier, sometimes fibroids can be located exclusively on the inner cavity of the uterus where a baby would grow. So in those cases, that is where hysteroscopic removal can be employed, okay? It's just a different form of minimally invasive surgery. In that case, it's very important to know primarily what the woman's symptoms are and also confirm that the fibroid or fibroids are located within the cavity of the uterus. Additionally, there are different categories of fibroids that are located within the uterus. So what I mean by that is that sometimes you'll have the case where the fibroid is completely within the uterine cavity, and we'll have pictures which demonstrate this as well. So the entire fibroid is completely within the uterine cavity, almost in the same way you'd see a baby attached to the inner wall of the uterus, okay? That's a type 0 fibroid. But then there's also the case where sometimes part of it is inside, part of it is within the muscle wall. So it's important to know what category the fibroid is, if it's a fibroid that's completely within or partially within the uterine cavity, to know whether or not the hysteroscopic approach is the best approach. If most of the fibroid is in the uterine wall, like the muscle of the uterus, and only a small portion is within the uterine cavity, then in that case, sometimes the hysteroscopic approach is not the best approach. So that's going into a little bit more detail, but Again, it's just to highlight that knowing the specific details of where the fibroids are located, what the symptoms are, what the woman's desires are, what is the main reason that you're removing the fibroids, that is what goes into play in terms of determining the approach. So that's on the minimally invasive side. Then you have traditional open fibroid removal. And again, I don't know if I mentioned it, fibroid removal where you leave the uterus in, you only take the fibroids out, is called myomectomy, okay? So you have traditional open myomectomy. Open means you just make your traditional open incision on the abdomen. Okay. The same way a C-section or CS cut would be made, it's that same incision. Depending on the size and the number of the fibroids, sometimes the incision is made across the
Virtual Homecoming 2020, the Association of African Universities AAU in collaboration with the Government of Ghana. The African Union is inviting all educational stakeholders to the first Academic Diaspora Virtual Homecoming 2020. The Association of Overall Universities AAU in collaboration with the Government of Ghana and partnership of Research is inviting all educational stakeholders to the first Academic Diaspora Virtual Homecoming 2020. The Association of Overall Universities AAU in collaboration with the Government of Ghana and partnership of Research is inviting all educational stakeholders to the first Academic Diaspora Virtual Homecoming 2020. The Association of
انا قافل الميكروفون. اشتغل اقفل الميوت. عشان انت يا انس طلع من عندك انت عامل سبيكر صح؟
Clock GMT, kindly convert the time to your local time. The venue will be the Virtual Association of African Universities e-forum with a registration link on your screen. For more information, contact us now, namo@aau.org or secgen@aau.org. You can call us or WhatsApp us on +1312 539 8473 +233 243 298 464. African Academic Diaspora Virtual Homecoming 2020, advancing African and diaspora academic relations. African Academic Diaspora Virtual Homecoming 2020. The Association of African Universities, AAU, in collaboration with the Government of Ghana and the African Union, is inviting all educational stakeholders to the first virtual AAU Academic Diaspora Homecoming. The overall objective of the homecoming is to strengthen collaboration and partnership among research and education institutions of higher learning in Africa and the African diaspora to advance quality of education and general well-being of all persons of African descent. The main theme for this event is Advancing African and Diasporan Academic Relations. The date is September 28th to 30th, 2020. Time is 15 o'clock GMT. Kindly convert the time to your local time. The venue will be the Virtual Association of African Universities e-forum with a registration link on your screen. For more information, contact us now, namo@aau.org or secgen@aau.org. You can call us or WhatsApp us on +1312 539 8473 +233 243 298 464. African Academic Diaspora Virtual Homecoming 2020, advancing African and diaspora academic relations. African Academic Diaspora Virtual Homecoming 2020. The Association of African Universities, AAU, in collaboration with the Government of Ghana and the African Union, is inviting all educational stakeholders to the first virtual AAU Academic Diaspora Homecoming. The overall objective of the homecoming is to strengthen collaboration and partnership among research and education institutions of higher learning in Africa and the African diaspora to advance quality of education and general well-being of all persons of African descent. The main theme for this event is Advancing African and Diasporan Academic Relations. The date is September 28th to 30th, 2020. Time is 15 o'clock GMT. Kindly convert the time to your local time. The venue will be the Virtual Association of African Universities e-Forum with a registration link on your screen. For more information, contact us now, namo@aau.org or secgen@aau.org. You can call us or WhatsApp us on +1 312 539 8473 +233 243 298 464. African Academic Diaspora Virtual Homecoming 2020, Advancing African and Diasporan Academic Relations. African Academic Diaspora Virtual Homecoming 2020. The Association of African Universities, AAU, in collaboration with the Government of Ghana and the African Union, is inviting all educational stakeholders to the first virtual AAU Academic Diaspora Homecoming. The overall objective of the homecoming is to strengthen collaboration and partnership among research and education institutions of higher learning in Africa and the African diaspora to advance quality of education and general well-being of all persons of African descent. The main theme for this event is Advancing African and Diasporan Academic Relations. The date is September 28th to 30th, 2020. Time is 15 o'clock GMT. Kindly convert the time to your local time. The venue will be the Virtual Association of African Universities e-Forum with a registration link on your screen. For more information, contact us now, namo@aau.org or secgen@aau.org. You can call us or WhatsApp us on +1 312 539 8473 +233 243 298 464. African Academic Diaspora Virtual Homecoming 2020, Advancing African and Diasporan Academic Relations. African Academic Diaspora Virtual Homecoming 2020. The Association of African Universities, AAU, in collaboration with the Government of Ghana and the African Union, is inviting all educational stakeholders to the first virtual AAU Academic Diaspora Homecoming. The overall objective of the homecoming is to strengthen collaboration and partnership among research and education institutions of higher learning in Africa and the African diaspora to advance quality of education and general well-being of all persons of African descent. The main theme for this event is Advancing African and Diasporan Academic Relations. The date is September 28th to 30th, 2020. Time is 15 o'clock GMT. Kindly convert the time to your local time. The venue will be the Virtual Association of African Universities e-Forum with a registration link on your screen. For more information, contact us now, namo@aau.org or secgen@aau.org. You can call us or WhatsApp us on +1 312 539 8473 +233 243 298 464. African Academic Diaspora Virtual Homecoming 2020, Advancing Africa.
speaker guys dulu ngomongnya. Halo, ada? Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our third day of the International Conference for Pharmaceutical and Medical Sciences in response to COVID-19 under the theme Support Healthcare Here. Today we have a valuable session with eminent professors as moderators and as speakers. But let me, as we promised, start with the announcement of our awards for the conference. and to share with you the names of the people who got the conference award for the younger researcher and for also the excellence in research. And now the first award for the youngest researcher. And actually we was confused because we have more than a younger researcher who want to have this award, but actually we consider the age and we choose the youngest best research, although there is more good research, but she was the youngest, she was a student in the university, and for young researcher goes to students Afnan Said and student Aya Samir from Faculty of Pharmacy, Monofeya University. So congratulations for both of them to have this award. And the Excellency Award for Professor Tariq goes to two research, one for poster presentation for Dr. Mona Kamal, and sorry, for oral presentation, Dr. Mona Kamal from Faculty of Pharmacy, Al Azhar University.
lower part of the abdomen, very similar to a CS.
Yes.
But then sometimes, depending on the size and the quantity of the fibroids, the number of fibroids, sometimes you need to make the incision up and down.
Wow.
The choice is usually determined on what the surgeon thinks is most feasible to be able to do the surgery safely and have a positive outcome, okay? In general, when a woman has many fibroids and the fibroids are very large, it can be the case that a minimally invasive approach may not be the safest approach or the most prudent approach. When a fibroid is removed from the uterus, you can take out many, sometimes up to 20 fibroids can be removed. But now, what has to happen is, once you've cut the uterus to take the fibroids out, you have to close the uterus back up.
Yeah.
And we close it back up by sewing it. Okay, so if you can imagine, if you have something and you have your two hands in and you can hold the tissue and sew it together, almost very similar to how you would sew a garment together, you know, you have both your hands, you have a little bit more control in terms of ensuring that you've closed the uterus properly. When it comes to laparoscopic surgery, laparoscopic myomectomy, where you have instruments. So now I have small cuts, and again, a picture will show this so the women can have, or whoever's watching. I know women and men you can watch as well.
Yeah, you're allowed to watch.
You're allowed to watch. So in this case, your hands are not in the abdomen. Rather, you have special instruments going through a special sleeve through those small incisions that are actually making the cuts to remove the uterus, and remove the fibroids. And then you are taking your suture or your thread, so to speak, and then sewing the uterus back together with your special instruments, okay? So in that case, you need special training and a certain level of experience to be able to do that well. This is especially the case when you're considering women who want to conceive in the future. And in fact, that's the main reason for doing a myomectomy and leaving the uterus in place, is because you're trying to preserve or save the uterus for future fertility. And so if you don't close the uterus properly, then what happens is you will have some gaps where the incisions were made, where the fibroids were removed, and blood can collect in there. And then in the future, even after the woman heals, that portion of the uterus where the cuts were made always remains a weak point on the uterus. So if you can imagine, when a woman conceives and then goes into labor, the uterus contracts. Very, very strong forces to contract in order to allow the baby to deliver. Those cuts on the womb always are a weak point, okay? So there is a risk after having myomectomy done of having what's called a uterine rupture, meaning the incisions can break open during the labor, and then that can be disastrous for the woman and for the baby that's trying to deliver. It can be very, very serious. And so myomectomy and closure of the incisions or the cuts on the uterus is very, very important in terms of, you know, the future pregnancy. So when you're talking about laparoscopic surgery, minimally invasive surgery, you want to make sure that you are choosing the appropriate candidate. The woman's condition, meaning the number of fibroids, the size of the fibroids, should be such that there's an increased likelihood that you'll be able to close the uterus properly. So with that being said, when there are many, many fibroids, like 20 fibroids, laparoscopic approach is not the wisest choice. Additionally, if the fibroids are very huge, such that a woman may seem like they're 6, 7, 8 months pregnant, which can be the case sometimes, sometimes a laparoscopic approach is not feasible. So minimally invasive surgery, laparoscopy, hysteroscopy has many benefits in terms of decreased blood loss, faster recovery, less risk of infection. However, you have to choose the women for that type of surgery very, very carefully. And so if there are many fibroids, the fibroids are too large, or especially if a woman has never had children before and they fall into that category where they have many or large fibroids, it may not be the case that the minimally invasive approach is the best, because you want to make sure that you do as good a closure of the uterus as possible. The other piece to really consider in terms of the approach also is, you know, what is the woman's prior surgical history also. It's frequently the case that women, especially if they've had fibroids at a younger age, let's say 20 or 30, and let's say they've had a prior removal, or even if they haven't, let's say they had prior CSs, sometimes they may grow fibroids again. And so you're looking at doing surgery again. So there are certain evaluations that we also do to assess, okay, what is the likelihood of scar tissue being present in the abdomen? If there's a high likelihood that we suspect a lot of scar tissue in the abdomen or the pelvis, then that also will influence which choice of removal will then be utilized.
Okay. In the course of what you said, you mentioned fibroids reoccurring. So there's a possibility of fibroids recurring.
Absolutely, and I'm glad you asked that question.
Towards the development of vaccines. For instance, it was reported that Russia has a target of producing 200 million doses of vaccine this year, and they reported having one ready for use now. Nigeria also sought collaboration with India. Many big pharma companies are currently involved in trying to develop vaccines. COVAX by Gavi Vaccine Alliance, GVA, is one of the vaccines under clinical trial, which has also gotten the interest of WHO. More than 150 countries have indicated interest in the project, and GVA intends to make vaccine available for most vulnerable 20% of the population in year 2021 or before. AstraZeneca is also targeting December 2020 for full development of a vaccine in collaboration with the University of Oxford researchers. Pfizer and BioNTech and Moderna are also in the race. The race for vaccines production is unprecedented and indeed a revolution. There are over 200 COVID-19 candidate vaccines in development. I repeat, there are over 200 COVID-19 candidate vaccines in development, with about 2 dozen at clinical trial stage with human volunteers within the last 8 months. Below is a list of some vaccines in various stages of clinical trials. We have the list shown on the screen. We have quite a lot: US, China, United Kingdom, and for United Kingdom, the trial is in South Africa. You also have GSK, you have AstraZeneca, phase 3 of the test, and China approved for limited use on August 31st, 2020. Russia has also moved to phase 3. 2 weeks after it received an early approval. So we have all this. These are just a few of these, and the source is reference 9, New York Times. Support healthcare heroes. Pharmacists with other healthcare workers are in the forefront of fighting the disease, and many even contracted the disease in the course of discharging their duties. Despite all the challenges of COVID-19 pandemic, the pharma sector and our frontline healthcare heroes have risen to the challenges, holding the fort and marching courageously to victory. We expect to win the promised land very soon. We salute the scientific efforts in pharmaceutical revolution. We also salute the efforts and courage of our frontline workers, our healthcare heroes. Nigeria's COVID-19 situation chart. Just to show you what we're going through in Nigeria, we have sample tested, 411,077 samples as at September 1st, 42,020 and 30 confirmed cases, 54,247 confirmed cases, 42,010 discharged, home, healthy, and 1,023 dead. And we have about 36% of female, and again 64% of the male. So we have more of the male with confirmed disease infection, and that's the spike. That's the daily epidemic confirmed cases. Nigeria's response to COVID-19 has been swift and remains good so far, probably because of our experience with Ebola. 2 years ago. From the chart, it is evident that there is high recovery rate, and so far Nigeria is doing well. In conclusion, because we do not have the time, even though there are lots of controversies, it is good to commend the scientists who are involved in the studies. All the studies, observations, and the over 200 candidate vaccines happened within the last 8 months to show that the response from the pharmaceutical sector is indeed a revolution. Even with the herbal formulations and immune boosters, pharmaceutical revolution is the response. Healthcare heroes. I want to thank you for your attention. I love to acknowledge Dr. Longshola, Ms. Comfort Oga, and David Oyeride for being in my team. And the references are shown. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the moderator. I'm through. Thank you very much for your attention and audience.
Dr. Femi, we appreciate your fruitful participation in the conference and your emphasis about how COVID-19 is a revolution, not evolution, which is related to our experience in our practice in the daily life. We have to make abrupt change in this life. Thank you. And any question? There is no question.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Femi.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Magda. Thank you, Dr. Femi. Now, the next speaker, Professor Dr. Sanjay Jashak. Professor Jashak is here. Professor Jashak.
Yeah, I'm there. So,
welcome. Professor Jashak, Head of Department of Natural Product, National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Punjab, India. Dr. Sanjay Jashak is affiliated to Department of Pharmaceutical Education, National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, where Dr. Jashak is currently working as professor and in charge of natural products. Dr. Jashak major research interests involve screening of plant extracts and their isolates for COX-2, COX-1 inhibitor activity, which may be helpful as the leads for the development of safer anti-inflammatory drugs with minimum side effect. The talk is about role of natural products and traditional medicine in fight against COVID-19. Dr. Jashak, you can start now.
Okay, good afternoon, good evening to all of you, and greetings from India. So first of all, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to deliver lecture in this wonderful online conference, experience in its of own kind. So with this, I also thank Professor Umran and Professor Magda, the moderator of the session, for kind introduction. So may I allow to share my screen now? Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, Prof, you are a co-host. You can share your screen now.
Yeah, I will share my screen. Just a moment.
Platform and management team, stop sharing the screen from your side, please.
Yeah, so can I start now? Share the screen. Yes. No.
Please try again now.
Okay, just a minute. Just a minute, actually. Yeah. So is the screen visible to all of you? Is my screen visible? Hello.
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah. So
You can go on.
the topic of my talk today is role of natural products and traditional medicine in fight against COVID-19. So we know several speakers in this conference emphasize the role of herbal medicine. So my talk is related to that. So I have planned first of all, I want to just put this disclaimer. The views expressed in this webinar by me are personal and it do not necessarily represent the views of my institute. So I have divided my talk a little bit introduction and some phytoconstituents which have shown promise against the SARS-CoV virus as well as the SARS-CoV-2 virus in silico studies. And what is the Indian approach that we are taking forward to find a drug molecule or you can say formulation that I'm going to present. So the speakers have already talked about COVID-2 or this COVID-19 disease or SARS-CoV-2 virus. So as we speak globally, now as of 2nd September 2020, there have been over 25.6 million COVID cases throughout the world. That includes also more than 852,000 deaths. So the pandemic is growing at a large or a faster speed. So we really need to find effective treatment, including vaccines and the drugs, and also the role of these herbal drugs and their formulations is big here. So that is what I will be emphasizing. So as we speak here, the SARS-CoV and MERS-CoV are the two major causes of the severe pneumonia in humans that we are seeing. And we are all still wondering what is the exact origin of virus. That continues to remain as a mystery as on date. So the treatment, as we are talking about, there is a lot of repurposing. As we are from pharma field, we know we can do the repurposing. The well-known drugs which are studied for their safety efficacy, we can study for the new diseases like we are talking about this COVID-19. So the earlier drugs for different diseases, viral diseases against HIV, herpes, hepatitis, influenza of COVID-19, already mentioned by the earlier speakers, the effective drug remdesivir and favipiravir, they are now approved for the treatment of COVID-19 disease. But still, we have to find an effective treatment for this disease, and we are waiting for vaccine to be approved. So in India, large effort is going on. We are expecting the vaccine by the beginning of next year for sure in India. That is what the current status. But having said that, what is the role of our traditional medicine, whether I see India, China, or even Egypt? So we have very rich, ancient traditional systems of medicine. Why can't we use them to find some lead molecule that will be useful in treating this COVID-19 disease? So with this, I come to some phytoconstituents. So I don't want to just bombard all of you with the molecules, but certain compounds from different traditional medicines where we use mostly medicinal herbs. What are their constituents? They can be taken as lead molecules with respect to the screening by the in silico methods against the druggable targets of this SARS-CoV-2 virus. So the major druggable targets are 3 chymotrypsin-like protease, papain-like proteases, we say PL-PRO, then the RNA-dependent RNA polymerases, and spike proteins. These are the 4 commonly used targets now, druggable targets to find the leads for this SARS-CoV-2 virus and their viral proteins I just mentioned. So with that, you see several natural products, especially from the medicinal plant origin as phytoconstituents I have mentioned. So we start with several, you see on this slide, are there of different types of secondary metabolites of plants. So the first one, betulonic acid that I made in bold. So that showed inhibition of replication with sub-micromolar IC50 value. So betulonic acid is nothing but the oxidized derivative of betulonic acid, which is a commonly found pentacyclic triterpenoid in several plants and green tea catechins. So they have actually their role in this inhibition of the virus that I have shown the structures on the slide, the catechin gallate and betulonic acid. So further on this slide, you see two interesting molecules I want to tell. Imetine, as all we know, very old, commonly used alkaloid to induce this vomiting, and also it is very good anti, you can say the agent which is used for several diseases like malaria and others. So that alkaloid shows a very good promise as antiviral agent, and it is definitely a molecule to be looked at. Apart from that, we have several diterpenoids like here ferruginol, which is a ABA10 type diterpenoid, showed the inhibition of replication of the SARS-CoV. So this is the imetine, which is a pyridoisoquinoline type of alkaloid that is known to us since long time. And you can see on the right hand side, which is a ABA10 type diterpenoid having the phenolic ring here, as it has a phenol group. So it is a meroterpene type of compound, which is a partly terpenoid, as you can see, an interesting molecule. Then we do have several other diterpenoids, like here mentioned one example. It shows inhibition of replication, and some flavonoids like luteolin, they have shown promise here, that are common ingredients in many herbal drugs. With that, we see this lycorin, which is the amyloidaceae type of alkaloids. In that, we have lycorin, which is a toxic molecule, but it showed very good IC50 values against several viral proteins. And the mycophenolate mofetil, as we know, is an immunosuppressant. So this is the compound also showed promise against several viral proteins that can be considered for further studies. This is the indolizidine alkaloid called lycorin and mycophenolate mofetil. So with that, the another example here, scutellarin, a flavonoid that shows a potent inhibition of 3CL-Pro, that is 3CL protease inhibition with this 0.86 micromole IC50 value, which is itself shows the simple flavonoid can be definitely considered, which is present in Scutellaria species. So apart from this, it brings to me a plant, Tylophora indica. We did a lot of studies on this. It is a source of very interesting alkaloids, and they show, you can see sub-micromolar on in nanomolar range IC50 value against this 3CL-Pro. So in our in silico studies that we have done recently, we have found several interesting compounds from few Indian medicinal plants like Tylophora indica. So we have these two compounds, tylophorin 7-methoxycryptopyrin. Now you see, this is the compound that I am talking about, 7-methoxycryptopyrin, which is a phenanthrene, and that is attached to a quinolizidine. Whereas the tylophorin, it is also a phenanthrene nucleus attached to indolizidine. So you can see this interesting skeletons which are present, showing very effective inhibition of viral proteins can be considered. So this tylophorin from the Tylophora indica plant, which we use the aerial parts of this plant to treat several diseases, including the common flu. So with that, this brings me to several Indian medicinal plants, like here let us say Glycyrrhiza glabra, Clitoria ternatia, then Evolvulus alcinoides, Andrographis paniculata, and several Tulsi species, Ocimum species that we use in our traditional medicine like Ayurveda, where they have shown a lot of promise to have the activity against the SARS-CoV, as well as the cytokine storm that we see in this disease as the disease progresses. So we have several interesting medicinal plants that shows very potent anti-inflammatory properties that can be explored also as a solution to treat this COVID-19 infection. So with this, there are certain therapies mentioned in our traditional systems of medicine. We abbreviate them Ayush. So Government of India started a separate dedicated ministry called Ayush Ministry in the year 2014 to promote the research in this field, where the Ayush, I just explained, Ayush is Ayurveda, A stands for Ayurveda, Y is for Yoga and Naturopathy, U is for Unani, S for Siddha, and H Homeopathy. So homeopathy we have adapted from Germany. So this completes 5 systems of medicine together called as Ayush in India. So we have several interesting medicinal plant for preventive and prophylactic treatment like Tinospora cordifolia, very important plant. That is lot of research is being done, and also this is one of the lead plant to find the treatment for COVID-19. Then andrographis I mentioned in the previous slide. Then we do have certain formulations like Ayush 64 Ayurvedic formulation for the symptomatic management of COVID-19, already approved by the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, in this at the COVID centers where we have the quarantine facilities. There these treatments are given also to the patients with the Ayurvedic formulations, and their clinical data and observations are being recorded. That will be really useful, as we have a country of 1.35 billion people. So definitely we need to look at our traditional system of medicine, and we have wonders there. We can really do the clinical research, and that is being undertaken right now, where we have several such formulations that can be used. With this, it brings me to the category of new drugs, new drug category approved by our main drug regulatory authority called as Drug Controller General of India. We call it as DCGI. So this category of phytopharmaceutical that was approved in 2015. So I will come to that in the next slide, but we are talking about paradigm shift. So while the paradigm has evolved in identifying one cause of a disease and one chemical entity to correct that cause, the traditional systems of medicine in many countries, cultures, which have used extract from natural sources has by and large been ignored so far. But due to increasing debates and concerns over the decades, US FDA finally in 2005 recognized botanicals as the class of medicines which are plant-derived natural extracts and complex mixtures of compounds, where the botanical drugs are not necessarily purified chemical entities to treat the disease. So the same class of drug was adopted in India as phytopharmaceuticals in 2015, and several or a few, at least I can say, phytopharmaceutical products have under different stages of development currently in India for different diseases, including COVID-19. So what is this phytopharmaceutical that our Drug Regulatory Authority recently approved in 2015? It is a drug that is defined as a purified and standardized fraction with defined minimum 4 bioactive or phytochemical compounds, qualitatively and quantitatively assessed of an extract of a plant or its part for internal or external use of human beings or animals for diagnosis, treatment, mitigation, prevention of any disease or disorder, but it does not include administration by parenteral route. So phytopharmaceutical drug will be regulated like that of our conventional allopathic drugs or new chemical entity based drug. So to develop such a phytopharmaceutical, we need to have certain basic requirements like available information on the plant, formulation and route of administration, dosage, therapeutic class for which it is indicated, and the claims to be made for this phytopharmaceutical, and supportive information from literature on safety and efficacy, and human or clinical pharmacological information. So we need to generate the data on identification, authentication, source of the plant used for extraction and fractionation, process for extraction and subsequent fractionation and purification. Here we can have the process patent for the enriched fraction that we are talking about, which is standardized to actually 4 bioactive constituents or markers at least, that we can have the patent here. Then the formulation details of phytopharmaceutical drug, and then manufacturing process of the formulation and stability data. All this has to be provided, and then we can submit the application to our drug regulatory authority, which takes minimum 1 to 2 years to give the approval. But recently, in the month of June 2020, among this pandemic, our DCGI has approved the clinical trial for the extracts of the plant Cocculus hirsutus. In Hindi, it is called as Patal Garudi. That is spearheaded by the efforts or intervention, you can say, of academia and industry, Sun Pharma of India, and the ICGB, that is our Council of Scientific and Industrial Research Labs in Delhi, and this Indian Institute of Integrative Medicine in Jammu. where they have actually launched this phytopharmaceutical. An interesting story is that this express approval is given by our drug regulatory authority for the treatment of COVID-19 of this phytopharmaceutical. This was earlier they were developing as the therapy against dengue virus. Now you can see dengue virus and coronavirus, as we are talking about SARS-CoV-2, they have a lot of similarities. And on that basis, BCJ has given the express approval for the clinical trial of this particular phytopharmaceutical. So similar efforts we are doing at our department, like I told you, Tylaforo indica and Vitex negundo, then Muraya konegi, where we are actually developing a phytopharmaceutical on the lines as it is already approved by this particular example. And this is the new information, new category of drug that I want to tell all of you who are attending this particular conference online, that we have a new category of drug where we really can promote these herbal drugs and their formulations by the name phytopharmaceuticals. So with this little bit, I want to just spend 2 minutes on our department where I work since last 22 years. Now I'm working as professor and head of this department. So we have several areas of research, including the infectious diseases, where we have the viral diseases, leishmaniasis and tuberculosis. Apart from that, we work on the non-communicable or lifestyle diseases like the inflammation, then the obesity, cancer, and then standardization of herbal drugs and formulations, development of phytopharmaceuticals, nutraceuticals. So we have already some mega projects where we are developing the phytopharmaceuticals as well as the herbal formulations for different diseases like escape pathogens, as well as for the, let us say, obesity and related areas like the Seabuckthorn, where we are already doing these formulations. And these are the details there. And all this, we do a lot of dissemination of the information by organizing international conferences like our department. Since last 10 years, we are organizing, or 12 years, every 2 years, this international conference on drug discovery from natural products and traditional medicines in India. And we do have a lot of collaborations also with the TCM, traditional Chinese medicine, that in 2018 we initiated by starting with this conference, that is recent one. I just want to show. And with this period, we have already published several patents, publications in the international journals of repute, and even the monographs on Indian medicinal plants, and the monographs on herbal formulations and Ayurvedic formulations like Arishtas and Asavas, and several other efforts we are doing in promoting the traditional systems of medicine in India. With this, I thank you all. Before that, I am talking about where I'm sitting right now. I'm sitting here. This is my cabin here in the Department of Natural Products. This block is for the Department of Natural Products in our institute, and we do have a dedicated facility, Natural Products Field Laboratory, where we have a lot of processing and extraction facilities on large and pilot and lab and pilot scale to do the research on this medicinal plant. So with this, I thank you all for patiently listening to my talk, and I'll be happy to take a few questions if you have. Thank you, organizers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Rashak, for this valuable and interesting talk, and also valuable and interesting area of research. Thank you very much. Any question?
Please, Dr. Gamal, I'd like to ask Dr. Sanjay about his big number of alkaloids containing active constituent acting as protease inhibitor. And so I would like to ask you if you make a correlation between the chemical structure and mechanism of action. You have many ketone group, and you have many methoxyl group, you have many phenolic group.
Exactly. Yeah, so see, when we talk about this correlation, these studies which are being done right now in vitro. Okay, so with the first in silico, you can say leads, where we have seen the binding of these particular compounds, let's say phenolic compounds. They do bind the phenolic groups, bind with the viral proteins, like we are talking about 3-chymotrypsin-like protease, 3CL-Pro. So most of the studies are against this 3CL-Pro of SARS-CoV-2 virus. So then we have to take it to the in vitro enzyme assay and then the cell-based assay. So in that, definitely, when it comes to the in vitro studies, we can have the mechanism because we know the binding mode. Let us say whether you have the phenolic OH groups, or let us say the carboxylic groups or the amide groups.
There is a glutamine, aspartate, and asparagine amino acid, which is very essential amino acid for protease enzyme. So this is the second stage for your study.
Exactly. So, but in vitro studies and in silico studies.
Sharif and Dr. Samar for inviting me to participate in this interesting conference, as well as my great thanks to Dr. Gamal and Dr. Magda Ismail, the chairperson for this session. Let me share my presentation. Vaccine development, historical analysis, and how to accelerate. Vaccine development. Vaccines development and use are among the greatest successes in the history of public health, and still the most effective public health measures available. The use of vaccines have resulted in eradication of smallpox, near eradication of polio, prevention of millions of deaths each year. Stages of vaccine development. The first stage is the first vaccines. The second stage, the second renaissance of vaccine development. The third stage, the latest renaissance of vaccine development. The first vaccines, they are called conventional or traditional vaccines. In 1796, Edward Jenner introduced the term vaccines for the first time. This scientist succeeded to protect against smallpox infection by using cowpox-infected materials for immunization. Louis Pasteur refined Jenner's work through using weakened forms of a pathogen to promote immunity against virulent forms of the pathogens. Pasteur principles of vaccination are isolation, inactivation, and injection. This approach constitutes the basis for many of the first vaccines. Advances in vaccine propagation, in virus propagation, and cell culture facilitated the development of methods for attenuating viral vaccines. The second half of the 20th century is considered a golden age of vaccine development, and several vaccines were developed during this period. These included polio, measles, mumps, rubella, and varicella. The first vaccine development based on using the entire pathogen in either a killed form or live attenuated form. Vaccines developed by this way were termed conventional traditional vaccines. The use of conventional traditional vaccine led to drastic reduction of many diseases. For example, measles, mumps, rubella, diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis. Limitation of conventional traditional vaccines. In vitro culturing difficulty of some infectious agent, this as a limitation. Undesirable immune responses produced by certain attenuated pathogens. Conventional traditional vaccines were impractical for pathogens that are either exhibit antigenic hypervariability, for example, HIV-1, HCV, or those exacerbate diseases upon vaccination, for example, RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, and the dengue virus, or those have an intracellular phase, for example, tuberculosis and the malaria. The second renaissance of vaccine development, this was based on the development of subunit vaccines. Subunit vaccines use only part or parts of the infectious agent, such as certain protein or peptides or carbohydrate antigens to induce an immune response and protect against infection. The criteria of choosing subunit vaccines as a candidate: the targeted component of the pathogen should be abundant and conserved, can be seen by the immune system, and is capable to induce a protective immune response. Subunit vaccines can be improved by optimization of delivery systems, tuning the size of the pathogen particulate component, targeting specific immune cells, and adjuvanting the vaccine. There are two ways to construct a subunit vaccine. First, by isolating a specific protein from the infectious agent. Second, by molecular techniques through expressing an antigen in a vector. Examples of subunit vaccine: a cellular pertussis vaccine. In this vaccine, we use the toxins of Bordetella pertussis, and we carried out detoxification either by chemically or by applying molecular genetic techniques. Another example is the Hep vaccine, which is based on hepatitis B surface antigen, which is produced in yeast cells. Another example, bivalent and quadrivalent human papilloma vaccine, HPV, which is consists of virus-like particles, VLPS, which is self-assembling of L1 structural protein copies of the HPV virion. Conjugate vaccines. Bacterial capsular polysaccharides can be conjugated to a carrier protein or to carrier proteins. This makes polysaccharide antigens to be T-cell dependent rather than non-T cell dependent, and thus immunogenic for infants. This resulted in the development and the licensure of Haemophilus influenzae type B, meningococcus A, C, W, and Y, and the pneumococcus vaccines. The latest Renaissance vaccine development, inactivation and attenuation fail to induce striking immunity when applied to certain pathogens. For example, pathogens that exhibit antigenic hypervariability, for example, influenza, dengue, HIV-1, HCV, or those their conventional vaccines exacerbate diseases, for example, RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, dengue virus, or pathogens which lead to persistent or latent infections or have an intracellular phase, for example, HIV-1, hepatitis C virus, cytomegalovirus, herpes simplex, mycobacterium tuberculosis, and malaria. Accordingly, viable vaccines are needed to induce protective immune responses beyond these mechanisms evolved by nature. New vaccine development technologies are based on either antigen discovery and development technologies. This is the first approach to identify antigens that are able to induce sterilizing antibody responses and generate T-cell, such as reverse vaccinology, genomic-based antigen discovery, which is called antigenome analysis, structural vaccinology, and synthetic biology. The second approach, vaccine delivery technologies such as viral vector-based vaccines, nucleic acid vaccines, DNA or mRNA vaccines, virus-like particles, liposomes. Regarding the first step for development and the licensure of vaccines against meningococcus B, MenB, also vaccine candidates against several bacteria, including Staph aureus, Group A Streptococcus, Streptococcus pneumoniae, chlamydia, are in advanced preclinical and clinical studies. The second parameter, genomic-based antigen discovery, which is called antigenome analysis. This technology involves interrogation of the comprehensive antigenic repertoire of genetically expressed antigens, then screening for their immunogenicity. Mass spectrometry helps in identification and the quantification of antigens on the surface of many bacteria. The second parameter, structural vaccinology. Structural vaccinology involves rational engineering of immunogen. Antigenic epitopes are identified based on the protein amino acid sequences and then or the resulting secondary and tertiary structures. The concept of structural vaccinology and efficient immune response needs only recognition of a single or multiple selected epitopes, but not the whole antigenic protein. This is mostly sufficient to induce protective immunity. The component of structural vaccinology, two distinct components are recognized. The first, conformational stabilization. The second, using scaffolds to target specific epitopes. Application of structural vaccinology. While reverse vaccinology helps in vaccine development in case of bacteria and the parasites, structural vaccinology will have an impact in developing vaccine against viral infections. The first, conformational stabilization. This is represented by fusion glycoprotein or F glycoprotein of respiratory syncytial virus. This glycoprotein occurs of such broadly neutralizing antibody on carrier protein scaffolds to act as immunogen. For respiratory syncytial virus, computationally designed immunogens mimicking the binding site for an RSV neutralizing monoclonal antibodies have successfully elicited RSV specific neutralizing antibodies in monkeys. The last one for recognizing antigen to be used as a vaccine candidate, which is synthetic biology. This involves gene synthesis in the laboratory that can be subsequently cloned and expressed in an appropriate host. This figure shows the reverse engineering of vaccine. You need to determine the broadly neutralizing antibody from infected patient. Then you need to molecular characterize the binding between broadly neutralizing antibody and the antigen. Third, you need to construct the immunogen depending on the molecular characterization. Last, you need to add adjuvant or adjuvanting the immunogen. The immunogen will be constructing using scaffolding protein. The second approach for new vaccine development is based on delivery technologies in vaccine development. The first, viral vector-based vaccines. Many viruses can be used as a vector for delivering certain antigens, which included adenoviruses, some species of parvoviruses, togaviruses, some strains or certain strains, paramyxoviruses, certain strains, rhabdoviruses, such as vesicular stomatitis virus, and the pox viruses such as modified vaccinia Ankara virus, MVA. The second, nucleic acid vaccine. Nucleic acid-based technologies employs either plasmid DNA encoding antigen genetic materials or RNA as mRNA or viral replicon. Upon their cellular uptake and the expression, the produced protein can elicit humoral as well as cell-mediated immune responses. DNA vaccine.
Excuse me, Professor, the time is about to finish. We need you to be fast more.
Okay.
Thank you.
DNA vaccine and RNA vaccine show some advantages over other delivery technologies, especially RNA vaccines. RNA vaccines either non-replicating mRNA or self-amplifying mRNA. This table summarizes all the properties of discussed vaccine technologies, either viral vector-based vaccines, DNA vaccines, RNA vaccines. Virus vaccine platforms. Platforms technologies allow multiple vaccines to be more rapidly produced from a single system. This technologies is defined as a platform if an identical mechanism, device, delivery vector, cell line can be employed for various vaccine targets. These included viral vectors vaccines, nucleic acid vaccines, either DNA or mRNA, cell line that can be coupled to viral expression system platform, virus-like particle platform, liposome platforms. This table shows the spectrum of platforms technologies, either viral vectors, cell line, viral expression coupled system, nucleic acid, virus-like particles, liposome platform. This figure shows the modularization of the target epitopes using any target epitope from either bacteria, virus, or parasites to be inserted in a platform base, either virus-like particles or liposomes, to give a modular vaccine. This table shows the different vaccine technology platforms until August 2020 for in case of COVID-19. There are about 14 vaccines in phase 2 and phase 3 clinical trials. And these platforms included the recently developed platforms as well as the traditional ones depending on inactivation and attenuation. Conclusion. Candidate vaccine development can be accelerated with the use of vaccine platform technologies. A platform vaccine production facility could be switched relatively easily to production of various vaccines. The modular nature of platforms means that regulatory approval can be expedited as these technologies become more commonplace. Approval can be accelerated if regulators had previously authorized similar products before. Labeling a vaccine technology as a platform heighten attention by the media, investors, funders, and the public health leaders. Platform vaccine technologies have the potential to minimize risks associated with emerging infectious diseases. Traditional vaccine development should and will continue to play a critical role in vaccinology alongside platform-based approaches. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mabrouk. I am very grateful to you for your distinguished talk, which is in the core of our conference, the core subject of our conference. So deep thanks from me to you and for being committed to the time limit. Thank you very much. Any questions? There is no questions.
Okay.
Now we arrived to the final talk by Dr. Islam Anan, lecturer of pharmacoeconomics and pharmacoepidemiology, MIU and future. He is teaching in all these places. He will present his talk regarding the role of health policy and economics in response to COVID-19. Hello, Dr. Islam. Are you here?
Hello, Dr. Magda. How are you?
Welcome. You can start your talk now. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Magda. So first of all, I would like to thank the committee for the opportunity. I would like to thank you all for being here. I know it's Thursday and it's an afternoon. I will try to be as quick as possible, and I will be talking in brief about the role of health policy and health economics in response to COVID-19.
Dr. Islam, take your time, no problem.
Thank you.
Okay.
And mainly it's because it's a new science. Health economics, we implemented health economics in 1992. That was the first time to implement it, and health policy as well in regards to health economics and in regards to pharmacoepidemiology implementation was new to the world. So how we actually responded, being a pharmacoeconomist, pharmacoepidemiologist, and health policy specialist to COVID, we'll be going through very quickly the Egyptian case study, and we will be looking as well on the African countries. So without further ado, that's my conflict of interest. And just a very quick glimpse at the history of pandemics and the death toll, that coronavirus, the COVID-19 disease, is not the first pandemic to face a population and face the history of mankind. We've been subjected to a lot of pandemics. It's actually ranked number 12 in terms of how it's actually affecting deaths. But we hope not, but it's forecasted to be actually in this place, to be along with the Asian flu in terms of death toll, to exceed 1 million deaths. So how can healthcare system solve any pandemic? So here we'll be talking from idealistic perspective about healthcare systems. And throughout all the different healthcare systems, we'll find that the world faced the same pandemic. We got the same obstacles of the healthcare capacity, the number of beds, awareness amongst the public sector. However, what was different is the different approaches. What have we done different in terms of country to approach this problem? So we all the time say in conferences and in universities that health policy obstacles are all the time the same. The UK system got a waiting list, which is more or less the same waiting list we are facing in Egypt. We got deficit in budget sometimes in Germany, which was faced by UAE and so on. So to make the reform and to face the pandemic, you need to have a very good health policy and you need to have a very good health economics in place. So in health policies, they put certain parameters in terms of handling the COVID condition, which is you need to have an A, B, C, D, E. A stands for access, and by access, we mean that patients with COVID can actually access healthcare facilities and get their treatment, which is a very important aspect. And we've seen that not all the patients were able to access, in some countries, healthcare facilities, get their treatments during the time of surge in the first couple of months in the pandemic. B stands for best quality, which is what will be the protocol and health quality care that we're going to be giving to the COVID-19 patients. And C stands for cost, whether the country will be able to provide all the preventive measures and all the medications and the protocol with a reasonable cost, a cost-effective measure, and at the same time to be providing the protocols to the patients for free. D stands for differentiated. We're not going to be able to make one-size-fits-all solution for all countries. So we need to have a certain solution for Kenya, a certain one for Algeria, another one for Egypt, and so on. And finally, that the system should be effective. So if I'm giving a treatment for a patient, he should be treated. That's why it's an effective system. So that's an A, B, C, D, E of health policy. The country managed to do the A, B, C, D, and E, managed to get rid of the first wave quickly and managed to get with the least damage possible. And if you can do an A, B, C, D, and E, you manage to have equity among your citizens and population and solidarity. So that's health policy. And on the other side, you need to manage the economics of the system, which is you got low supplies, you got limited budgets. No one forecasted a budget for COVID-19 in 2019. It was a shock for us. It was new. We had to get budgets from other ministries. We had to get budgets out of the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Finance. And at the same time, we got very high demand of healthcare services. So it's not an equilibrium in terms of system. And putting and adding to that we don't have an efficient system. We have a lot of wastage among all the disposables that we are using. We got a lot of wastage among the use of medications as well. So if you got the health economics, health policy in place, you got a way to actually mitigate the second wave, for example, of COVID. If we have learned something from the first wave is how to mitigate the second one. So to manage any pandemic, we need to, for this slide, to achieve it, to achieve the A, B, C, D, and E, and to manage the economics of the pandemic, to manage the resources, to have enough money, and to provide. So that's the idealistic scenarios. And actually, no country managed to actually get to the idealistic scenario. However, we got a lot of defects in A, B, C, D, and E. We got a lot of defects in managing the resources and the economics. And actually, if you have a proactive disaster management system, which is a big part of health policy, you'll be able to mitigate not only COVID, any future pandemic. And if you got a force majeure like this pandemic, and you got 4 stages of disaster management. The stage of mitigation, which is how to be proactive that you're not going to be facing any pandemic. That's a phase of mitigation. If you are faced with a pandemic, how you can be prepared upfront before this pandemic hit the population. And if you are not prepared, do you have any measures to respond to the pandemic itself? And finally, if you got hit badly in terms of mortalities, in terms of incidents, how you can actually recover the system. These are the main 4 stages. And of course, because it's not a theoretical lecture and we're not going to be going through methodologies, these 4 pillars got a lot of science behind for each one of them. And of course, if you got preparedness and planning, the time and the pace and the crisis are not going to be as huge if you got the 4 pillars in place. The most problem is you don't have mitigation, you don't have preparation. We got faced suddenly with a COVID-19. We tried to respond, some failed to respond, some got it successfully, and we are trying to recover. What we'd like to do now is we'd like to have a mitigation system and a preparation system for any upcoming pandemic, not necessarily the second wave of COVID. And in that, countries in response to COVID, they do what's called is DIKW pyramid, which is the data to wisdom pyramid. It's how you can actually interpret any data coming from COVID, the incidents, the mortalities, and so on, and make this data as information to knowledge, and then take a wisdom decision. To give you a very quick example, data is a signal, information is how you can actually interpret the signal or the raw data. Knowledge, if you know what to do with the data, with the information, and wisdom is the integrated actionable decision taken, applied based on the knowledge. To give you a very quick example, even outside COVID, if I tell you 190, it got no sense because it's just data. If I told you that it's a systolic blood pressure measurement, it's an information now. You know what does it mean, 190? And if I tell you if it's high or low, if you know it's high, you got the knowledge. In your opinion, should we treat this patient? Should we return him back to be controlled? If you took this management decision, you got the wisdom. It's exactly the same story if we are talking about the figures and numbers of COVID. We take these raw figures and we translate it into information till we get to the wisdom part. You can see here, there's just raw figures. If you, for example, you're gonna divide the total recorded deaths over the total diagnosed and registered cases, it will give you a figure which is completely different if you actually divide the total recorded deaths on the total number of population, for example. So you got a lot of interpretation of data. The context of our lecture is not concerning that, but just to give you a very glimpse that we can use any type of data here to generate tons and thousands of information, tips that we can use in wisdom. For example, should we look at active cases or should we look at the total cases? Should we look at total recoveries and so on? So just to give you one example, we only rely on our models on prevalence. And for prevalence, what it means living with a disease, we'll be talking about the 20,000 patients in Egypt, not the 100. And even if the figure itself is not 100% correct, you need to work on the active cases. And this will actually take us to how much information do we actually need. So because of the data of incidence of all COVID patients, starting from China, Germany, States, Russia, African countries, is not 100% correct because it's actually relevant to the disease itself. We know that 80% of the patients are not going to be having symptoms that we can actually see on ourselves, and it needs hospitalization. So countries made two things in terms of health policies. They've done a reactive testing protocol for COVID or a proactive testing protocol for COVID. The reactive testing, it means that they're not going to be doing a PCR unless the patient got acute respiratory symptoms requiring him to go to the hospital. Proactive testing, it's like the UAE, it's like South Africa, it's like Saudi, it's like the States, Germany. They are doing mass random PCR screening so they can predict the number of active cases in the country, which is the most important figure. So imagine that from all the figures that we are seeing every day, that is the most important figure that we are concerned with, and which is a figure most of us just skip it while reading the daily reports. So moving from reactive to proactive, it means a lot of money. It's very expensive to go for a proactive testing. However, that's the only way if you'd like to have a good information about the number of active cases in a country. And you will find that the number of tests worldwide is relevant with the number of incidents and the number of infections and active cases. You will see that China got the highest number of total tests done. We are talking about 90 million tests. USA, India, Russia, UK, and Brazil, not a single African country. But if we look at the African countries, we've got South Africa at the top of number of tests done with 3 million, around 4 million, Morocco, Ethiopia, and Kenya. So the more tests you're doing, the more information you got about the active cases, and the more accurate your health policy will be in terms of preparation to the next wave. How many beds I need, how many ventilators I would like to be inside the hospitals, which govern rates I need to focus on during second wave. And you can see a linear correlation between the number of tests and number of cases. The more the tests, the more the cases. It's very obvious. The more you are testing people in the streets, the more cases you're gonna actually get, the more accurate you can find an information. And that's gonna help, that's the only way it will help in building a forecast model in terms of economic and pharmacoepidemiology models. We work with many models. If the amount of data and amount of knowledge is actually very high, and that's taking us to the knowledge pillar, you can do a simple SIR model, which is susceptible people, infectious and recovered, and just put in the model and calculate. Of course, because you don't have that knowledge, you can add recovered, it's very important, and work with an SEIR model. And because we depend more on deaths, we go for SEIRD model and adding the dead pillar in the model itself. So if we have a susceptible people, because I'm doing a lot of tests, exposed, infectious, recovered, and death, I can build a model like that. This model, and it applies on all pandemics and all infectious diseases. It means that if I got a population of 1 million, imagine that if a country got only a population of 1 million, regardless it's 100 million, it's 50 million, it doesn't mean that all the citizens or all the population will get infected. You can see here that that's from the Ebola, for example. You got the susceptible, can be the full population are susceptible. However, the exposed for infection are around 30%, infected was around 25%, and once you got recovered cases above the infectious cases, you know that your curve of the infected, which is the yellow one, will start to decline. And that's how we managed to draw a curve for Egypt. So we've managed to do a forecast model that was issued in May 2020. And we expected that we're going to reach the peak on the 1st of July. And we were talking about the death curve because we were not actually aware about the number of tests. We're doing limited testing. We're not doing a proactive health policy in terms of testing. So we were depending more on the number of deaths, and we were multiplying the number of deaths times 3. And in the 1st of July, we were accurate at 97%, and the total model got an accuracy of 93% so far since May 2020. We predicted till this day that we're gonna reach around, the first wave will reach around 5,800 deaths to 6,000 deaths. We are almost 5,400. We wish that our model were not gonna be true, and we close the deaths today before tomorrow, because every single dead person counts. Of course, you will find here that there are some elevation again and incremental growth in terms of numbers, and that's because we reopened the economy on the 27th of July, and that's why we're expecting this fluctuation in figures, which is actually happening right now, and we can see it. We were getting in the SAIRD model the kind of activity forecast from Google Maps. If you know Google Maps, it sends a monthly report, on a bi-weekly report, sorry, on amount of activities outside homes. So it can track everyone got an Google Maps application on his mobile. We can trace him if he got outside of his place. You can see this line, this flat line, that's staying at residency. Any curve, it means that here Egyptians are not staying at home. They are in the street. The more they are in the street, the more infections. And we can do some correlation exercise and end up with a chart. So moving to our last section for today's session is how can we actually mitigate the second wave? So the question is not whether we're going to have a second wave or not. The question is when we're going to have the second wave. In all pandemics and in all infections, we got waves. Luckily, that most viruses come second wave of it, a very light one, not as strong as the first wave. So health economics, it helps in prioritization of spending in terms of pandemics. But you need epidemiology profile, what we were just discussing. It's very important. Health economics are not going to be of value unless you got very good overview over the prevalence, over the how many active cases I got, then the clinical and economic burden, the opportunity cost, and I'm going to illustrate it in a bit, applying a political, P stands for political, economic, societal, technological model, the best model, which we call an HTA, Health Technology Assessment. That will make you able to allocate the right resources, working on the right process, and end the pandemic, the right outcome. And as you know, if we got like almost 862K deaths, almost 6.8 active cases, we spent so far $4 trillion US. So the opportunity cost is a health policy you're going to make, whether I go for total lockdown, R&D, repurposing of drugs, whether I should have an innovative pipelines. Should I actually make a customized solution, or should I make Sweden model? Should I go for UK model? Should I go for my own model? So in the next slides, I will show you what countries have been doing and our recommended second wave mitigation for Egypt. The only country focusing on health economics of COVID is actually China. So China is doing all the time the impact of COVID-19 on the economy in terms of direct and indirect. And as you can see, the indirect is huge. We're talking about 380 billions. And the direct medical, what they are actually spending on medicine, on medications, on hospital, is 0.6 billions. As you can see, and I guess this will be a turnaround on the healthcare industry worldwide, is we need to allocate more money to healthcare. As you can see, a single problem, health problem, which is 0.6 billions in terms of cost, made tremendous loss of 380 billions USD only in 3 months in China. Imagine this figure now. So it's very important that we focus on investing more in healthcare, getting more budgets, and mitigate second waves. So far, we are expecting 350 million jobs lost, 270 million starvations, 12K poverty deaths every day, based on the global Oxfam report. So what should be the health policy to avoid the second wave? The WHO got a nice model called the VORGES, or the 4S model, which is space, staff, supplies, and system. If you got the 4S in place and ready, you are in a good preparation for any waves, whether it's COVID or even a new pandemic. For space, it means that you got estimated capacity for acute and intensive care, you got to develop criteria for the designated hospitals, you can regulate the patient flow, you can postpone all the elective surgeries and accelerate discharge because you need more space. You need to optimize the delivery platforms and purchase. If you don't have enough space, you can purchase it from the private sector. Repurpose non-medical facilities, get archiving rooms and make them ICU rooms if you can. Staff, in terms of quantity, you need more doctors, so you need to have plan B. And it's a very important point because we need to incentivize our healthcare professionals. They need to be valued in terms of monetary value and in terms of appreciation as well. So we can retain them and not to see migration from or expelling from inside a country to another. And in terms of quality, we need to upskill all the healthcare workers during the pandemic, ensure safety and protection, and take care of mental health, which is a very important point. Supplies, you can go for a unified purchase mechanism. And in Egypt, we got a very good example of that we have in place what we call Unified Purchase Association, UPA, and Hayat al-Shara al-Muwahhad, and they are actually the one purchasing for everything. So in terms of pandemic, it's always better to have a universal purchaser, not to segment or to make multiple channels for purchase. So you can actually control the counterfeit. You don't have a lot of counterfeit, and you can control the price.
Dr.
You can identify
Dr. Islam, we are about to finish because your time is finished.
Yes, that's actually my last slide. The supplies.
We give you extra time because you have already answered all questions coming to you inside your lecture. Okay, go.
And I have 5 minutes more? If I can have 5 minutes more, it will be enough.
Yes, okay. Please, Prof. Magda, please, we would like to listen to Prof. Islam.
Okay.
Thank you.
And also to answer some of the written questions in the chat box after that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for generosity and thank you for the 5 minutes. So finally, ensure emergency mechanism for any emergency pandemic, assure the products comply with the technical specs, and put a defined criteria. For the system, now it's very important to have a good supply chain system and to do a centralization of decisions. As we seen in the first pandemic, it was a Ministry of Health decision, then it was a Prime Minister decision, and now we can see that all the presidents all over the world are the one taking responsibility of the system and for COVID. So that's need to be planned and defined for any future pandemic. Should I go for R&D or just production of repurposed drug? The process, lockdown scenarios, having a hotline in place, awareness campaigns, and establish a public-private partnership. So these will summarize for Egypt specifically 10 steps to mitigate the risk of wave 2, increase number of tests, making it proactive, apply medical registry for all home quarantine, doing quantitative assessment, not to open all the economy at once, but just to assess every 21 days, expand the healthcare and pharmaceutical capacities, including ICU beds, for example, incentivize healthcare workers, it's a very important point, and make a reverse lockdown. Each governorate should be managed on its own. So I know that a single governorate got high incidence of cases versus 0 cases in other governorates that I can actually open for tourism, for example. Oblige large businesses and factories to take responsibility and CSR and pay for the protection of their employees, especially that we are approaching school days. Increase capacity of public transportation, enhance digital infrastructure, and finally, launch massive awareness campaigns. So we can have mitigation, preparation, response, and recovery. And in terms of equality is not that good, equity it's better, but in terms of pandemics, we need to have access, just remove all the barriers, and that's how health policy and health economics are in place. Thank you, and very thank you for the extra 5 minutes. I don't know whether I got some time to answer some questions.
Yeah, can I, Dr. Islam?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, this is Professor Sanjay from India.
Hello,
so,
hello, Professor.
Yeah, very informative talk. I have seen you have been talking about wave 2. So can you really tell all of us what are those indicators that really tells us now we have wave 2? But in India right now, we are not able to decide. We still think it is wave 1 only going on. So what are those parameters, indicators that tell us now wave 2 is there in place? By looking at the disaster management and preparedness, as you rightly talked about, the healthcare systems and the planning.
Thank you, Professor. It's a very good point. And all the actually countries are talking right now about it. So whether we are facing some relapse in wave 1 or it's a beginning of wave 2. So the indicators are, first of all, we look at the first wave start point, which was actually in winter. We look at the fact that all pandemics, they come in waves, and they look at the gross in terms of the end of wave 1. So if we do have a fluctuation as of 20% up to 30% of figures, it means that you're still in the first wave, and the first wave is about to finish, but just you need to control more the measures. But if the numbers are more than 30%, and you can see that this is actually elevating not only the cases, because that's the most important indicator. The wave will start with a high number of deaths, but if there's a huge increase in cases, but still the number of deaths, the mortality rate is decreasing, this is just the normal end of any wave. It's ending the wave. If you got an increase, more than 30% in mortalities, it means that the wave 2 is actually connected to wave 1, which is the worst case scenario, and that's the scenario of Dr. Fauci in the States, who said that we'll actually connect wave 2 with wave 1. There is no break points. There's no break period between the two waves. The WHO was actually supporting as well the same scenarios, that we're going to be connecting waves throughout the years, and other scenarios which I actually optimistic about and looking at it, that we're going to have a break period, and the wave 2 will start with high number of mortalities again, but not as much as the wave 1. It will be like 50% less, because we do have a good preparation for the healthcare systems. And actually we can see that the viciously of the virus itself is beginning to be less than the beginning of the wave. So mainly, to cut the long story short, mortalities are the most important indicator for the start of the wave 2.
Yeah, so luckily I can tell you, in India we have now approached 75% recovery rate, and mortality is not that much. So let's see, it's very good answers. Thank you for your response. Just a quick question, as with respect to testing. So testing that we have to do aggressively, no doubt, as you have mentioned, but there is a lot of confusion, like rapid test, PCR test, RT-PCR test, and a CAT scan of the chest.
Yes.
So what do you suggest, which is the best test? Because we are getting a lot of false positive and negatives with the rapid test. So, and
Yeah,
RT-PCR takes a lot of time to come. So this is really a challenge when it comes to the testing, as we are still seeing in India. So
yeah, and it's exactly the same in Egypt. So we do have delayed in the PCR results, and we do have as well not enough tests for all the people. So we depend more on X-rays, we depend more on imaging, which is more than enough, because you don't wait till the results of the PCR are here to start treating. You just immediately treat as if it's COVID, and most probably it will be COVID, and you can do a PCR or not. The most important thing for us, being from epidemiology and from health policy perspective, is I need the record of the patient who actually did not do a PCR, however, was treated immediately based on imaging. The most problematic thing is we don't have the records. So countries are treating immediately, they don't do PCR, and which is correct, but they are not recording the patient as a COVID-19 patient. So the amount of information we are getting are actually very limited. So it makes a very wrong and misleading curve. So it's good, we can do the imaging, we can do the analysis and the lab tests, but we need to have a medical registry to register all the patients as COVID-19 patients.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, yeah. Professor Chandra.
Nice to talk to you. Yeah, thank you.
Same here, likewise.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Islam. I think our dean like to ask you about the recommendation for the future health crisis.
That's a very good point. That's a very good
Very big.
And if you allow me, this will take us again to the, it's not one size fits all, and it's not a single answer. There's a lot of actions that we would like to do, but we can actually summarize it in very few pillars. The first pillar is the healthcare system itself.
Yeah.
We need to have more beds. We need to have more people on board. We need to have someone who can actually predict. We need pharmacoepidemiologists in place. We need someone who can forecast future pandemics. The most actually shock happened to us in 2020 is that no one predicted actually the pandemic. If we do have the science of pharmacoepidemiology and the pharmacoeconomics, which is the science of forecast, we could have been at least more prepared for it. So first of all, we need to have a prediction research center. If we can record all cases, it will be great. We need to have more tests, more data. I always say it's more data in, more decisions, accurate decisions. Less data, less accurate decisions. So we are working in African countries, because I not only work for Egypt data, I work with all the Middle East and African countries. And I can see that we have huge problem in terms of data. The less data you are giving me, the less insightful and the less decisions I can actually provide you as a health policy consultant. Second is we need to apply medical registries. It's very important to have medical registries. Anyone who's in home quarantine, anyone who's facing anything, the science of informatics is not well established in our healthcare systems. I've been working with the WHO and the CANREG, for example, the oncology registries. And you can see disasters in the oncology registries that physicians are not recording the cancer types, they're not recording the cancer site. So we are faced with a mass awareness, lack of awareness in terms of physician level of the importance of informatics. Another thing is we need to have a committee between economists, between healthcare professionals, and health policy specialists. So if we are returning back to our opening of economy, we cannot do it at once. We need to have it planned. It can be planned only if we have a multidisciplinary teams in place. We need to have a good R&D and production. Luckily in Egypt, we are the first country in terms of production of pharmaceuticals and vaccines in Africa and Middle East. But we need to have a better plan. We need to plan our schools. We need to have governance. We are hearing a lot about the term governance, which is al-hawkama. And 2030 vision of Egypt is to have a complete governance. It means that I can control each government on its own. It's very important to say that Sharm el-Sheikh, for example, got 0 infections. I can reopen it and lock it down for tourism. However, Giza, I will completely make a lockdown because it got a huge surge in terms of cases. That's few of some solutions, but of course it needs a very integrated system between healthcare professionals, economists, the country itself, in terms of capacity, and the most important, the individual, us, to have a better awareness and actually to wear our masks. That's it, for example. I cannot hear you, Dr. Magda. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, now it's okay. The internet is okay now. We heard you, and we are happy to see all this information, which is very important. Thank you, Dr. Islam. And now we will go back to our platform with Dr. Amin.
Thank you, Dr. Islam. And actually, by your presentation, we complete the puzzle, because we were asking during the pandemic, what did we miss? And we miss actually to have a data analysis according to scientific background to predict how far we are and if we, for example, mention that we have 100 positive cases, we don't know this 100 from how many tested cases. So we can consider how big is or how risky is the situation is. And we would like to ask you to give the conference organization committee some recommendations to be included in our final recommendations. And I'd like to ask also all the participants with us now, you are most welcome to use the chat box to put on your recommendations for the organizing committee, because by the end of the second session, we will declare and announce the message of the conference, because this conference, as we have mentioned in the beginning and all the time, is for supporting healthcare heroes, and our support is scientifically support, is based on providing them by the science that they need to facilitate their mission in facing and tackling the situation, and also to be ready for coming crisis, not only in the second wave, but any crisis for human beings, especially the health crisis. Thank you, Prof. Islam. Thank you for the rest of us eminent speakers. Professor Yasin, Professor Mabrouk, Professor Femi, Professor Sanjay, Professor Islam. Thank you very much, and for the eminent professor who accepted to moderate this session, Professor Gamal Omran and Professor Magda Fathi. And for our participants, we have a break for 1 hour, and we will come back at 5:30 to complete our session and to listen to the winner of the best research in our conference, and also to listen to our message, our recommendations, and to have the group photo. Don't miss it, please. And we have more announcement about breaking news, but we keep it for the last minute of our conference. So see you within 1 hour. Thank you, Prof. Islam. Thank you for all the participants, and see you again.
To study the Arabic language since I was a kid. Reading about early Arab pioneers always made me feel super enthusiastic about this authentic culture. I got fascinated by the Arabic calligraphy. There was something always pushing me to study this language.
أول حاجة بنتعلمها في كلية إعلام إن صورة واحدة ممكن تعبر عن 1000 كلمة. أهم حاجة واحنا بنختار الصورة لازم نتأكد إنها تستحق فعلا إن كل الناس تشوفها. الكلية بالنسبة لنا مش مجرد مكان، ده عيلة وأصحاب وأحلى ذكريات.
Mon objectif, ce n'est pas d'apprendre une langue étrangère. Ce qui m'intéresse, c'est plutôt la communication avec les autres. Si nous parlons plusieurs langues, nous allons certainement mieux comprendre le monde qui nous entoure. Étudier une langue étrangère ne m'a pas seulement permis de comprendre les autres, mais aussi de me faire des amis et de trouver de nouvelles familles partout dans le monde.
Pengajian perubatan merupakan salah satu impian yang mampu dicapai di sini. Kami di sini bukan sahaja belajar tentang perubatan, namun kami juga belajar bagaimana cara untuk meraih keyakinan pesakit dalam menerima rawatan daripada kami. Harapan kami, semoga kami menjadi duta universiti ini sekembalinya ke Malaysia nanti. Tempat ini bukan hanya sekadar fakulti, tetapi ia merupakan rumah kedua bagi kami.
What does it mean to study here? One of the oldest universities all over the world. With a glorious past and promising present. 79 undergraduate colleges in different fields. Science, pharmacy, astronomy, radiology, agriculture, architecture, engineering, art, sports, language, and Islamic studies. 46 research centers. 40,000 scholarships for foreigners. Graduates from more than 150 countries all over the world. Welcome to Al-Azhar University.
African Academic Diaspora Virtual Homecoming 2020. The Association of African Universities, AAU, in collaboration with the Government of Ghana and the African Union, is inviting all educational stakeholders to the first virtual AAU Academic Diaspora Homecoming. The overall objective of the homecoming is to strengthen collaboration and partnership among research and education institutions of higher learning in Africa and the African diaspora to advance quality of education and general well-being of all persons of African descent. The main theme for this event is Advancing African and Diasporan Academic Relations. The date is September 28 to 30th, 2020. Time is 15 o'clock GMT. Kindly convert the time to your local time. The venue will be the Virtual Association of African Universities e-Forum, with the registration link on your screen. For more information, contact us now, namo@aau.org or secgen@aau.org. You can call us or WhatsApp us on +1312 539 8473 +233 243 298 464. African Academic Diaspora Virtual Homecoming 2020, Advancing African and Diasporan Academic Relations. African Academic Diaspora
present in Scotel area.
System, now it's very important to have a good supply chain system and to do a centralization of decisions. As we seen in the first pandemic, it was a Ministry of Health decision, then it was a Prime Minister decision, and now we can see that all the presidents all over the world are the one taking responsibility of the system and for COVID. So that's need to be planned and defined for any future pandemic. Should I go for R&D or just production of repurposed drug? The process, lockdown scenarios, having a hotline in place, awareness campaigns, and establish a public-private partnership. So these will summarize for Egypt specifically 10 steps to mitigate the risk of wave 2, increase number of tests, making it proactive, apply medical registry for all home quarantine, doing quantitative assessment, not to open all
had the passion to study the Arabic language since I was a kid. Reading about early Arab pioneers always made me feel super enthusiastic about this authentic culture. I got fascinated by the Arabic calligraphy. There was something always pushing me to study this language.
أول حاجة بنتعلمها في كلية إعلام إن صورة واحدة ممكن تعبر عن 1000 كلمة. أهم حاجة وإحنا بنختار الصورة لازم نتأكد إنها تستحق فعلا إن كل الناس تشوفها. الكلية بالنسبة لنا مش مجرد مكان، ده عيلة وأصحاب وأحلى ذكريات.
Mon objectif, ce n'est pas d'apprendre une langue étrangère. Ce qui m'intéresse, c'est plutôt la communication avec les autres. Si nous parlons plusieurs langues, nous allons certainement mieux comprendre le monde qui nous entoure. Étudier une langue étrangère ne m'a pas seulement permis de comprendre les autres, mais aussi de me faire des amis et de trouver de nouvelles familles partout dans le monde.
Pengajian perubatan merupakan salah satu impian yang mampu dicapai di sini. Kami di sini bukan sahaja belajar tentang perubatan, namun kami juga belajar bagaimana cara untuk meraih keyakinan pesakit dalam menerima rawatan daripada kami. Harapan kami, semoga kami menjadi duta universiti ini sekembalinya ke Malaysia nanti. Tempat ini bukan hanya sekadar fakulti, tetapi ia merupakan rumah kedua bagi kami.
What does it mean to study here? One of the oldest universities all over the world. With a glorious past and promising present. 79 undergraduate colleges in different fields. Science, pharmacy, astronomy, radiology, agriculture, architecture, engineering, art, sports, language, and Islamic studies. 46 research centers. 40,000 scholarships for foreigners. Graduates from more than 150 countries all over the world. Welcome to Al-Azhar University.
I had the passion to study the Arabic language since I was a kid. Reading about early Arab pioneers always made me feel super enthusiastic about this authentic culture. I got fascinated by the Arabic calligraphy. There was something always pushing me to study this language.
أول حاجة بنتعلمها في كلية إعلام إن صورة واحدة ممكن تعبر عن 1000 كلمة. أهم حاجة وإحنا بنختار الصورة لازم نتأكد إنها تستحق فعلا إن كل الناس تشوفها. الكلية بالنسبة لنا مش مجرد مكان، ده عيلة وأصحاب وأحلى ذكريات.
Mon objectif, ce n'est pas d'apprendre une langue étrangère. Ce qui m'intéresse, c'est plutôt la communication avec les autres. Si nous parlons plusieurs langues, nous allons certainement mieux comprendre le monde qui nous entoure. Étudier une langue étrangère ne m'a pas seulement permis de comprendre les autres, mais aussi de me faire des amis et de trouver de nouvelles familles partout dans le monde.
Pengajian perubatan merupakan salah satu impian yang mampu dicapai di sini. Kami di sini bukan sahaja belajar tentang perubatan, namun kami juga belajar bagaimana cara untuk meraih keyakinan pesakit dalam menerima rawatan daripada kami. Harapan kami, semoga kami menjadi duta universiti ini sekembalinya ke Malaysia nanti. Tempat ini bukan hanya sekadar fakulti, tetapi ia merupakan rumah kedua bagi kami.
What does it mean to study here? One of the oldest universities all over the world. with a glorious past and promising present. 79 undergraduate colleges in different fields: science, pharmacy, astronomy, radiology, agriculture, architecture, engineering, art, sports, language, and Islamic studies. 46 research centers, 40,000 scholarships for foreigners, graduates from more than 150 countries all over the world. Welcome to Al-Azhar University.
I had the passion to study the Arabic language since I was a kid. Reading about early Arab pioneers always made me feel super enthusiastic about this authentic culture. I got fascinated by the Arabic calligraphy. There was something always pushing me to study this language.
أول حاجة بنتعلمها في كلية إعلام إن صورة واحدة ممكن تعبر عن 1000 كلمة. أهم حاجة وإحنا بنختار الصورة لازم نتأكد إنها تستحق فعلا إن كل الناس تشوفها. الكلية بالنسبة لنا مش مجرد مكان، ده عيلة وصحاب وأحلى ذكريات.
Mon objectif, ce n'est pas d'apprendre une langue étrangère. Ce qui m'intéresse, c'est plutôt la communication avec les autres. Si nous parlons plusieurs langues, nous allons certainement mieux comprendre le monde qui nous entoure. Étudier une langue étrangère ne m'a pas seulement permis de comprendre les autres, mais aussi de me faire des amis et de trouver de nouvelles familles partout dans le monde.
Pengajian perubatan merupakan salah satu impian yang mampu dicapai di sini. Kami di sini bukan sahaja belajar tentang perubatan, namun kami juga belajar bagaimana cara untuk meraih keyakinan pesakit dalam menerima rawatan daripada kami. Harapan kami, semoga kami menjadi duta universiti ini sekembalinya ke Malaysia nanti. Tempat ini bukan hanya sekadar fakulti, tetapi ia merupakan rumah kedua bagi kami.
What does it mean to study here? One of the oldest universities all over the world, with a glorious past and promising present. 79 undergraduate colleges in different fields: science, pharmacy, astronomy, radiology, agriculture, architecture, engineering, art, sports, language, and Islamic studies. 46 research centers, 40,000 scholarships for foreigners, graduates from more than 150 countries all over the world. Welcome to Al-Azhar University.
I had the passion to study the Arabic language since I was a kid. Reading about early Arab pioneers always made me feel
That's a very important point that we should discuss. The younger a woman is when she develops fibroids, the more likely it is that she will grow new fibroids in the future. So I see many women who present in their 20s or 30s and they have fibroids which are causing symptoms.
Hello Africa, you're live on another episode of Ladies Digest, where issues in the world of women are